interesting. You've got Vangelic, who looks solo leader, but change of tactics just coming through. From the steward's Twitter feed is Nimmerlead to be ridden in a more forward position. So she goes forward. Does and Trivier go forward for McDonald, get maybe chance of getting caught three deep outside the lead. But I thought Nimmerlead hand up if that happened. What else happens here? Marbusha takes the sit. But Vangelic now from, obviously, Nimmerlead and the favourite on Trivier. I want to show you Vangelic. She has only won one race, but she's just competed at this big level all the way through her career. Yeah, look, I want to spec her today. I thought she was pretty short. I thought she'd just keep drifting, and she's starting to now. So I want to be with her getting the run of the race here. Second up last prep, second in a Group 1 surround. Then she was unlucky not to win a Coolmore. She was terrific in a Queen of the Turf. So she's right up there with them, just without winning. But she gets an opportunity to do that today. Nimmerlead was terrific. Just the 1200 was too short for her the other day. And Trivier, class act. Just a little bit funny on the map for me, and I just want to see her do it at 1400 metres. She's only had one try, but she was beaten. And Forbidden Love peaking up with the right prep, and now that she's third up now, certainly will be at her peak. 10-4, 2-1.
And now to the big one. Forex sponsor the Golden Rose, 1400 metres, the 3-year-olds, Group 1. We've got two fillies lining up against the boys, and here is the latest market on the Golden Rose.
Yeah, well, all week the favourite here, Animo, has been either $1.90 or $2. So just to be different, he's been $1.90 to $1.95 today, but still the favourite. Only two other runners in single figures. You've got In the Congo is now into second favourite here as an $8 chance, and it was as much as $11 this morning, and that put it, I think, fourth pick or fifth pick. It's now second pick, but $8 bar the favourite. Remark went up 9 this morning, got into 8.50 back to 9. Artorius has been 9 out to 10. Bit of a jump to one of the fillies, Jamea, who was 17 into 16 back to 17. Tiger of Malay has been 23 into 18 so far today. The other filly, Star Tontes, is 19 out to 21. Coast Watch, 26 into 23. Giannis, 23 out to 26. Captivant, steady 34. Halal, 34 to 41. Royal Zell, back to where it was a couple of days ago, 31 out to 41, as much as 81 bet about at the start of the week. And Moradin's an $81 chance. Well, all week it's been all about Animo, and today half the money on the race is on the favourite.
Well, we've found our leader in the Congo. Now, where's the chasers? You've got Tiger of Malay, and then we've got question marks, Remark, Giannis, Coastwatch, Moradin. They're the horses that could be vying for on-pace positions here. Let's refresh the memory. The Run to the Rose, always in control here with Animo. Up you go, all right, and that's exactly what he'll be doing today. Up you go, because he drops 2 kilos from that. He hits 1400. He's fitter for the run. All we need is half a ride from McDonald. We'll leave it to him to get the job done. Artorius scares me a little bit. I think he's you'll have to probably go right back to last, but if you can do that and the outside's okay, he could be dangerous late. Massive odds, Captivant, massive odds. $34, barrier 1, just minding his own business, and he's the one that's needed the runs. And Remark, well, they're fiddled with the gear. He's just still a little bit of work in progress putting things together, but he's obviously talented. 1, 2, 3, 7.
Race 9 is the third of our 3-year-old features, stepping out over the 1800 of the ACY Securities Gloaming Stakes.
And your favourite here is Head of State. There's been a little bit of moving at the top of the market here. They've been equal favourites, Head of State and Profondo, but now Head of State outright favourite at $4.60 unmoved. Profondo just out of twist from $4.60 to $4.80. French Emperor has been 8 into $7.50 this morning. Subterranean as much as 11, given about it first thing today. Now $8 after it was $8.50 5 minutes ago. Arna Kerr $7 out to $9. Allegron 8 out to $9.50. Benno, who gets the run now, the emergency, 10 into $9.50. Bit of a jump into Notions, who's 18 into $17. Akahata 41 into $26. Dark Rebel is 26 unchanged. Stray 41 now 34. All Machiavellian 41 to 51. And Patton is a $71 chance out from 61. Very, very evenly matched here. The most popular runner today is Profondo in front of French Emperor and Head of State, and there's $300 between the three of them.
Yeah, well, Notions will lead if she wants the lead there. Racing and Sports have got French Emperor holding that barrier in close. I think Profondo, if that happens, may just slot in straight behind him, getting the 1-1. Akahata has got a little bit of speed if he wants to use it. Other than that, I think a lot of these horses will be just trying to settle out the back. Let's have a look at his debut win, Profondo. He gets the job done. High-profile horse. I think he's still got more to offer.
Oh, Tommy, can you tell Muns to get an Everest market ready for the end of the preview, just for the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, all I want to see him do today is get him to relax for the first half of the race. Obviously on pace somewhere, but he just has been a little aggressive in a couple of his trials before he raced, and just a little aggressive there, but not too bad. But at 1800, these horses have got to just conserve a little bit of energy, and if Profondo does that, I think he'll win. I would have tipped Arnaquer from a better barrier, just minding his own business, but now he's got a little bit more to do. Allegron was 5 weeks between runs last time in the Dulcifer and wasn't bad, and French Emperor out of that Profondo race has gone and won a race since, but he's very, very green. 6, 3, 4 and 9.
And we finished the day with a benchmark 88, the Elite Sand and Soil Handicap. Here is race 10.
Our favourite is Ellsberg, just out of fraction from $3.80 to $4, and there's been a little bit of confusion with the tactics of Ellsberg, but Gerald Ryan has told the stewards today that it will be ridden forward. In this last race here, clarification, it will be ridden in a forward position. Ellsberg here, favourite at $4. Kiku has been $4.20 to $4.40. Bullfinch 8, got into 7, back to $8.50 there, the single figure runners. Academy has been 14 into 10. All Hallows Eve, also 14 into 10. Grace Harmony, $10 unchanged. Grand Remor, $12 unchanged. Promotions, 26 into 15. Night of Power, 16 out to 17. Ventura Ocean, 14 out to 17. Poetic Charmers, a $23 chance. Did get to 26, back to 23. And triple figures the others. Just Kiku, the most popular runner in front of Ellsberg, but right behind them is Grace and Harmony.
Yeah, Academy will probably lead, although he's got blinkers off. He won't go as aggressive as the other day, so that has solved the confusion. I think Gerald, in a interview early before acceptance, has said, I'd like to take all the gear off and ride him quiet, but the makeup of the field tells him he can't do that. So where else do we look here? Maybe Ventura Ocean, maybe Promotions can go forward. A pretty good race. Let's have a look at I didn't mind Grand Remore's first up run. Yeah, look, I'll gamble on her from an inside draw, being improving. She's an imported mare who is in a second Aussie racing preparation. Very hard to beat Ellsberg. If he reacts with all that gear off, it sort of turned him on when he had it on. So if he puts his best foot forward, that Ayrton form from last start is too good for this field. Grace and Harmony, big query. The market says Kiku's in really good shape after 3 trials. She can miss the start and might find herself in trouble. And the other one is Bullfinch. I'm very scared of him. He was good in that race also. 13, 2, 10 and 5. Just clarifying a few of these other changes of tactics today. We said Nimali to be forward. And that clarification from Gerald about Ellsberg. Race 2, Yulong Base to be ridden further forward. We knew that. Chewy in the same race to be ridden further forward. Tap and Run in that race to be ridden further forward as well. So they're reading there's no speed there. Our Intrigue to be ridden in conservatively in race 1. And Forbidden Love to be ridden more forward in race 7. Madame Rouge to be ridden in midfield. Giannis conservative from a wide draw. So take him out of the speed picture there.
Okay, recapping your best bets today, Ronnie.
Look, hard day for specials, but I have to say Animo, because he is the only special of the day. Yulong Base was the best value runner of the day, although that value's gone now.
And the quaddie?
Yeah, 100 combinations there, 10, 4, 2, 1, 9, one only with Animo, and then 6, 3, 4 and 9, 13, 2, 10, 5 and 8.
Okay, we're about to take you through the Jockeys Challenge, and then Glenn's going to have a look at the Everest market, which has 2 more horses included in it. Libertini was picked up by Aquis, and after last night's run second in the Moya, the Inferno has been picked up by James Harron. So that leaves Coolmore, Yulong and Godolphin yet to pick a runner in the $15 million the Tab Everest on October 16. Firstly, the Jockeys Challenge, and then we'll update the Everest, Glen.
Yeah, J-Mac the favourite in the Jockeys Challenge at $1.30 in from $1.40. Timmy Clark at $6 in from $6.50. Nash at $15 out from $11. Jason Collett $16 out from $15. Karen McAvoy $19 out from $16. Any other jockey $21 unchanged. Huey Bowman $26 unchanged, and Brock Ryan $26 out to $41. There is a market under today's offers of how many winners James McDonald will ride today. 3 or more winners at $2.40. 4 or more winners at $5.50, 5 or more winners at $19, and 6 or more winners at $81. Now here is the market. The latest market on the Tab Everest, and the horses with an S alongside their name are confirmed as getting a slot in the Everest. So there's around about 110% in the horses that are confirmed as getting a run at the moment. Nature Strip there at the top of the market at $4.50. Classic Legend at 5 off his trial yesterday. We got Eduardo and Masked Crusader out of the shorts last week at 7. G-Tra and Rothfire at 9 a pair. Animo runs today at 13. Libertini picked up by Aquis yesterday at 15. Joins Lost and Running and the Inferno picked up by James Harron of his run in the Moya last night at 15. Now other horses at $15. Palili, who goes round today, and Wild Ruler, the winner of the Moya Stakes last night, both $15 chances. Trekking, who ran in the Moya last night at 21, and 26 and longer the rest. So there is your market on the Tab Everest. So slowly getting filled, Greg, as is the Kosciuszko. And as I said, the 4 Pillars. That's our next one. You'll find that market out on Monday morning at 9:30 on Sky Sports Radio during Putters Postmortem.
Okay, and that race, the new Midway race, to be run on Golden Eagle Day when we're back here at Rosehill Gardens. In fact, we're after today, the next scheduled meeting for Rosehill will be Golden Eagle Day, but we'll just wait and see what happens with the Randwick track and what they want to do in the lead up to the Everest. Because Rosehill hasn't been raced on for 2 months. It should be perfect here today. Beautiful conditions, a little bit of a breeze blowing, which is swirling around at the moment. It's the flags are telling me it's definitely at their backs in the home straight. At their backs in the home straight. A few of the flags on the infield. So we're ready to go. We'll be back when runners are in the yard for the first. She's back. She's back. Lizzie's here, joining Duff and I. Muns will have the markets covered here on Sky Thoroughbred Central on Golden Rose Day. Hello and welcome back to Rosehill Gardens for the first of 10 today on Golden Rose Day. A big welcome back to Lizzie Jels, who's in the yard with us for the first time in 3 weeks, and we've brought the sunshine out for you.
Thank you, Greg. Yes, I hate to admit it. I'd much rather spend my afternoons with you guys than sitting on the couch, so looking forward to a great day of racing. And of course this race, it's rather intriguing to kick the day off, and there's plenty of chances, and they look as though they're all in perfect condition, and great to be back at Rosehill Gardens.
This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in-store or online now. Let's have a look at Achiever, number 1 for Chris Waller, and with the ride, Natural Willa.
Yeah, look, I think he's ready to improve. Third up now at this distance back to Sydney. His form at the end of last preparation would obviously just about win this race. He ran third to Pack a Plate, then he won and ran fourth in the Derby. So just a little query whether his best form is on the soft, but he gets an opportunity to roll across and take up a more favoured position in front today.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that's going to be very beneficial for him. He doesn't have the best turn of foot, does he? But he does keep grinding all day, and he looks in terrific order. Great coat on him. He's nice and forward in condition. He does invariably sometimes carry quite a bit of a weight through that midsection, but he looks as though he's done plenty of work for today's assignment.
Here's the dual midway winner, number 2, Casino Mondial, John Van Overmeer for Christian Buchanan.
Yeah, Christian's done a great job with him. He's racing in great heart. Just has to take it to another level here, just out of that midway class. But he maps well just behind them, and I can't say no.
Yeah, he looks great. He hasn't changed much in appearance, in my opinion. I think he just looks as though he's really in a good bit of form at the moment. His coat's great. He looks as though he's carrying condition, and everything indicates that he can put up a good performance again today.
Number 3 is Our Intrigue, James McDonald, Chris Waller.
Well, Chris may have just found the key to her now. The last couple of runs have been pretty good with that win at Kembla and making an early move the other day. Another little question mark, all her wins are on heavy and soft. A couple of placings there in the dry, and it was dry last start where she put on that good performance.
Yeah, well, look, she's been in good order, hasn't she, her last few runs, and you can see that she still looks to me as though she looks pretty fine. She's not absolutely glowing, but she's been racing very consistently looking this way, and I couldn't knock her on face value. She looks as though she's again going to run well.
Never Listen, number 4, John Ramsey, the trainer. Brock Ryan is the replacement. He claims 2.
Yeah, look, she'd have to find some very old form, needs to improve, and what we've seen in 2 runs back, that bubble cheek is off her today.
Yeah, happy to watch her today.
Crystal Pegasus, Karen McAvoy on for Chris Waller.
Yeah, good, winning 2 starts back, then dead set not run to suit there last time at Kembla Grange, like others in that race, and has to be worth another chance here.
Yeah, he's got a lovely spring in his step. He looks as though he's quite energetic today, good coat, nice and bright. He should run well.
7 is Cognac, Regan Bayliss on for Richard and Michael Friedman.
We keep trying to find excuses for this fellow. He was aggressive again last week and didn't finish off. Hard horse to tip with so many bad habits.
Yes, exactly. Look, he's a beautiful looking type. We've documented that right from the moment that he set foot on these soils, but he's just one that has a lot of chinks in his armour, and I'm happy to go around him.
Yee, Jason Collett, Chris Waller.
Yeah, terrific level of consistency about him, and he's ticking away well. Another one, is there a little query, might be better on the soft, possibly, but he still shapes up well here on the limit weight.
Yeah, beautiful type. He's holding his condition really nicely, and again, he should run up to expectations.
And Bazooka, number 9, Sam Clipperton for David Payne.
Yeah, the marketplace loves this horse since 10:30 this morning. Maybe they're just gravitating to these inside draws early with a track in such pristine condition. I think punters like to look for horses drawn in close with the rails, and that's exactly where he's drawn. And he's into $5.50 now after being, I think he was $9.50 or so in the preview this morning. So very well fancied.
Yep, doesn't win out of turn, this galloper, but he's always running on strongly. Physique-wise, he hasn't changed since I last laid eyes on him. He looks in great order along with the rest of the field.
Okay, Rosehill Race 1. Horses are about to go out onto the track for this benchmark 88 over 1,900 metres. Christian Buchanan's having a lot of luck, and Casino Mondial has been very good in the midways. You're back out of that midway class today, and you go up to an 88, a bit tougher today.
It is. The noms fell away a little bit, so He's definitely deserving of his chance in a race like this. We're not against the midway horses anymore, obviously, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes today.
And you're back to Rose Hill where he has won. In fact, the last time we were at Rose Hill, he was at Rose Hill.
That's right. He kicked off his campaign in good fashion. He's heading towards a Port Macquarie Cup, so the 1900 today is a lovely race for him. He's very honest and he tries hard, so just have him comfortable in the run and he'll be giving his best late.
Just keep an eye out for those Waller runners. I think
yes,
you will be.
Absolutely.
Good luck, Kristen.
Hard to avoid, thank you.
Kristen Buchanan. Her stable is going really well and she's really targeted these midways with a lot of gusto. This horse, the first ever dual midway winner, Casino Mondial, who was formerly trained on the mid-north coast. All right, they're going out. 1900 metres on the side of the track. This pick of the yard with Lizzie is coming up right now, and it's brought to you by Arrowfield's Super Sire Schnitzel. He did it again last night.
No denying that. You can, put Yee in there, our intrigue. She hasn't gone backwards at all. I just think that of the others, I thought Bazooka just looked in great order and he had to go on top. But the chances don't stop there. You've got Crystal Pegasus in the mix as well, but my standout was Bazooka.
Yeah, I'm 8, 5, 1 and 3. Look, I'm really struggling here. Anything goes for me. I'm going with the Waller Quartet. 8 Yee. I'll just go with his level of consistency down in the weights. He's a very fit racehorse and I think he'll run well. Crystal Pegasus, hopefully he gets a little bit more speed than he got last time and he'll improve. 1 Achiever, he might make his own luck in front here. And 3 Our Intrigue goes in, good run last start. Look, I'd love to promote Bazooka, especially after that the pick of the yard, and also how the marketplace likes him so much here today, so no knock on him whatsoever. I think it's the trickiest race of the day, 8, 5, 1 and 3.
More than that, but it's been made the pick of the yard. Crystal Pegasus was 5.50 the best, into as short as 4.40, back out to $5. Achiever is 5.50 out to 7.50. Casino Mondial 6.50 out to 10. Cognac, he's always had money for him, Cognac. 21 the best given about him, is now a $14 chance. And Never Listen, who was as much as 101, is now $151. Looking at investments today, Yee and Our Intrigue are more than half the investment on the race today, but they've both been easy. In fact, the Bazooka, who's the best firm, is 5th pick in regards to how much has been invested on it so far today. But still with 2 and a bit minutes to go, it could all change. But at the moment, Yee favourite in front of Our Intrigue, Bazooka and Crystal Pegasus breathing down their neck, Greg.
Okay, so they're over behind the gates and about to move in for this 1900 metre race. Normally, when we see these starts, they're just back at the 2,000 metres and they're hidden from the crowd, but we're at 1900 and later today the Gloaming is going to be 1800, 100 metres forward of that spot. But this, a decent run to the back straight as they get ready to move in. So it's all about the Waller Brigade here.
There it is, but there might be a couple of, David Payne might have something to say about that, and obviously, it'd be interesting to see what happens in the run here, if anyone's going to make a move or does achieve. I'm only guessing he goes forward and leads. The steward's map happening there as well, and we haven't heard anything different. Cognac can get a bee in his bonnet, but they've been trying to teach him to relax. They got one of these pulling bits on him. He seemed to settle a little bit, even though he was still aggressive the other day, but you wouldn't think they'd fire him up with his profile. Fit horse Casino Mondial takes the sit, I would have thought, behind whoever wants to lead, and I wouldn't think Yee would be too far back, but an interesting little tactical battle here to start the day, and a very, very tough race where NOP has Bazooka into $5 now, so that's interesting.
Okay, that wind has certainly picked up again, and it will be behind them in the home straight, so they'll certainly feel it going into the wind down the back straight, but behind them down the running And you can see those trees at the back of the barriers there really starting to blow now. Quite windy at Rosehill this afternoon. Not sure how long that's going to last for today. Let's go up to Darren as they move in for the first of 10. It's Golden Rose Day from Rosehill Gardens.
Rosehill. Yeah, thanks, Greg. So we're down to the last 4 runners to move in. It's a benchmark 88 on paper, but basically a benchmark 78 this, and Bazooka's been well back late. Yee the favourite in front of Crystal Pegasus and Bazooka and Our Intrigue, and money at longer odds for Cognac, who'll probably lead. So they're locked and loaded now, and the light is on. We're ready now for the first of 10 on Golden Rose Day. Back here at Rosehill and the gates open, and Yee was clearly best into stride. And Yee's going to lead from Achiever, rolling across straight to second, then Casino Mondial, followed by Bazooka, Never Listen, Crystal Pegasus, Our Intrigue has been taken back, and Cognac is going to settle last of all, and he's pulling again. Going into the first bend, and Achiever rolls forward and takes the lead away now from Yee. So it's Achiever on top in the hands of Nasrawilla by a length and a half on the stablemate Yee. 3 after Casino Mondial. 2 further back to the well-supported Bazooka on the inside of Never Listen. Then Crystal Pegasus, Our Intrigue, and Cognac has ridden stone cold last and about 8 lengths off the leader. So it's Achiever bowling along at the 1200 metres, 2 lengths clear from Yee, who's got that prime chasing position. 2 further back to Casino Mondial, a gap back to Bazooka, then Never Listen. There's no change to the order as they go into the next bend. Then Crystal Pegasus from Our Intrigue and Cognac held together still last of all. So racing towards the 900 metres now, and it's Achiever in front by a length to Yee. Then came Casino Mondial, Bazooka back on the inside at Never Listen from Our Intrigue, Crystal Pegasus and Cognac last. First race run here in 2 months, and now Achiever. Rawilla ups the tempo a little bit, a length and a half on Yee second. Never Listen gets going from Casino Mondial. Now Our Intrigue moves up out wide, getting cover. Bazooka now to the fence from Crystal Pegasus. Cognac into the straight. Achiever in front of Yee, who's just been nudged now to give chase. It's Achiever on the inside of Yee. Bazooka goes to third. Yee moved up now, put the head in front, draws a length clear now from Achiever. Then Bazooka grinding away, but Yee in front now below the 100 metres from Bazooka going to second. Yee in front from Bazooka. Yee wins the opening race. Yee half length to Bazooka. Achiever third. Crystal Pegasus fourth. A gap back to Casino Mondial. Our Intrigue. Cognac actually made some minor headway at the end, and Never Listen last.
Yee. Jason Collett, Chris Waller wins the first. 390 and 160. Over 9 Bazooka, $1.70. And number 1 Achiever will run third, $2.30. It was Waller, Payne, Waller.
Yeah, and Collett kept him in a rhythm today. It was just that slowly run race the other day that was against him, and he had to make a sharp move. But he's a fit horse, and he was kept in touch with Achiever there, and he was just too fit and too strong. Bazooka had his chance. He'd come off their back there at the top of the straight. He kept battling on with his usual consistent manner. Achiever might be ready to win, but I think he might need the jar out of the track, and Crystal Pegasus made some ground there late. But good ride. He just got him into a rhythm, and he was too good there. Yee.
Okay, the time is coming up for 1:57.47. 1:57.47. Waiting for the last 600 to come up, and all the numbers will be confirmed shortly. But Yee successful in the opening for Chris Waller. Jason Collett, the rider, in the Hermitage colours. Well done, Chris. Yee's just building up a nice record.
Yeah, he is. He's been very consistent all preparation. Barrier draws have beaten him a couple of times, but he had a nice run today, and showed a good turn of foot at the top of the straight and held on.
He was a winner last time we were here at Rosehill as well.
He was. That was the turning point of his career.
What about your other runners on first glance?
Achiever had to do the donkey work in front, I guess, with facing the breeze. It's quite a stiff breeze out there today, so I guess Yee had the cart from him. And the others, they just didn't really look to get into the race from back there. So I guess tactically, the first two home well, the first three home were probably where they were at the 400.
It's great to be back here at Rosehill Gardens, and we're presented with a lovely track today.
Yeah, it is, and it's a great. I just can't thank Racing New South Wales enough for what they're doing behind the scenes. You've got no idea what they're up to and how they get us to the races every Saturday safe and putting on a responsible show. And my staff, we all get frustrated. We're working, but I understand all the staff, all the people sitting at home can't work and are watching us go on. But I can assure you that we're working overtime to make sure we get here safely. And thanks for everybody following the sport.
I'm not sure about the protocols today, but some of your staff able to work at the races today that haven't been able to go to the races?
No, not at all. No, nothing's changed. So staff and the LGAs of concern still can't work, which is frustrating for them. They're missing out on a lot of their income, as are most of Australia. And fortunately, we've got a lot of staff that live outside of those LGAs of concern, and they're working overtime to be able to bring these horses here today.
All right, good luck with the rest of the day.
Thank
Chris.
you. I hope everyone has a great day.
Chris Waller winning the first. We'll come back. In fact, no, let's go right to Jason Collett with Lizzie.
Well done, Jason. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, lovely. He bounced well, and obviously wasn't a lot of speed on paper, and it probably panned out a bit that way. Just sort of sat on the leader's back and just sort of had a nice, comfortable run and able to get into the straight under a hold and basically dash up the last probably 300.
What do you think of the track conditions today?
It's lovely. It's great to be obviously 2.5 months off. It's lovely to be back on a fantastic deck like it is out there today. Yeah, very good.
Had a good walk of it yourself?
I did. It's quite a strong tailwind in the straight there. But look, the track seems to be pretty fair across the board, as you'd expect.
Well done. Good start to the day, Jason Collett.
Yes, he couldn't hide his delight to be back on a racing surface like we are getting here today. It's a rare thing. It's a luxury to have a track back in action, having had 2 months off. We'll be back with the second. We'll get to the highway and the midway, and our feature races still to come on this big day at Rosehill Gardens.
Tiny little step that way, Chris.
Yep.
Thanks, mate. Just trying to block out that water hydrant behind us.
Sorry, Chris.
You're right.
Oh, wrong Chris.
So I hold it like that, or? Like that.
Good bouncing on the bird.
Okay, yep. You're right to go, Chris.
Okay. Hi everybody. Yeah, it's a great privilege to win this award. The legendary Bart Cummings gave me my first one, and I can still remember the moment. One of the highlights of my career, that's for sure. And yeah, racing history in Australia is something that none of us take for granted, and to have the trainers like Bart Cummings, Tommy Smith, Colin Hayes, and now the next generation of your trainers coming along, we can certainly respect what those people did well before us and even before that, and I think it's our job now to make sure we do the same. So I'm certainly a very proud recipient. I've got some great horses to train, and that's the reason I'm here. And I've got a great team of staff who support me day in, day out, through the good and the bad. There's lots of these Group 1 moments, but I can assure you we have a lot of off days as well. So thanks to everyone in my team, thanks to all the the owners that support me with investing in our stable, the jockeys that ride them, and the participants that follow racing. We've got a great sport, and we're all very proud of it.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry, Chris, just a tiny bit though, mate. I've got a hydrant behind her. When you're ready.
Okay, you're right.
Hi everyone, it's a great privilege to be able to win this award. I'm a very lucky man to be training great horses with a great team of staff, great supporters behind me year in, year out. We're obviously got a very big team, a lot of runners week in, week out. We love our racing, we love our city racing, and we concentrate on it. We fully respect the country and provincial areas, but we constantly concentrate on the city area, and hence our results. So thanks to all my team, thanks to Racing New South Wales for their governance of racing. They're doing a fantastic job year in, year out. It's a very clean and transparent sport thanks to your leadership, and you're a world leader for that reason. The ATC do a great job putting on these city races week in, week out. So everyone behind the scenes and everybody at home and the participants that support racing, I'm certainly very proud to be a trainer in Sydney.
Perfect, and the last one's a Bart Cummings medal.
That doesn't work.
So this one's the year consistency, and this is ongoing.
MVP, like your
Yeah,
most valuable player every game.
something like that. It's not quite, but yeah, so maybe.
Right.
This is,
So can you get it like it's just in that little box there?
I can start in on it, and then I can. You're going to talk?
But you'll get the-
No, he's going to talk,
Right.
but yeah.
I'll start. If you hold it still, Chris, I'll start in on it. When you start talking, I'll come out.
Yeah, so then you know.
And
Yeah.
I'll pop up there. Is that okay, Sam?
Yep.
Can I stay here?
Yeah, you stay there.
Okay.
This is a great honour to my team, who just work tirelessly 52 weeks of the year, and it's for your consistency. Thank you very much for each and every one of you. You give me inspiration, and we're obviously lucky to train a great team of horses. My family, Steph, Tyler and Nikita, thanks for your support. Each and every one of you, from your Charlie Duckworths, who's my right-hand man and gives me a great inspiration, great ideas, and all of our foremen, not just here in Australia, in Sydney, but also around the country. You're all contributors to our success here in New South Wales, and we certainly appreciate it and respect each and every other trainer that we compete in, week out. We've got a great lot of trainers, great jockeys, and I'm certainly proud to be here.
Runners in the yard for race 2, the Tab Highway, a class 2 over 1,500 metres, and this mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding. Shop in store or online now. Number 1 is Hogmanay, Homogany, number 1, Glen Boss, Dean Murphin.
Yeah, look, a strong type hasn't won under a mile, but he could be working home well late, especially from this inside draw.
Just getting a look at him now. Look, he's had that one run in this campaign. He looks to me as though he presents quite nicely. Good coat on him. Lovely big strong type as well, and he steps out nicely in the yard.
Yulong Base, number 2, Josh Parr for Cody Morgan.
I like this horse, even though the price is gone, the blinkers are back gone, steps up in distance where he won a highway here at 1400 last preparation. All I want him to do is jump and find a position and be in the first 4 or 5, and I think he's hard to beat.
Yep, I agree. He's ready to go today, isn't he? Those blinkers going on. He's having another run. Well, he's had that last run under his belt. He looks pretty much spot on for today, and he should be right in the finish.
Tap and run, number 3, Jason Colladon for Ron Stubbs.
Yeah, going well. I just don't know how to approach him 1200 to 1500 for the first time.
And another one that presents nicely. I wouldn't say anything negative about this galloper in the yard. He looks as though he's a good type, and he's really strong.
So Say You, number 4, Brock Ryan for Terry Robinson.
Yeah, the muffs are off. She was carrying them muffs in a races, so it's just in the yard today. 5 weeks between runs last time, went back in distance. Finds herself in a pretty moderate race and should be in the finish somewhere, although she needs luck from that outside draw.
Yeah, she's a tricky type, isn't she? She always looks absolutely stunning when she's walking around, and even when she's playing up, I always think to myself that she's a lovely looking type. I think those ear muffs going off in the race and just staying on in the pre-parade and just around by the gates are definitely going to be better for her. As you can see, she looks as though she's nice and calm and relaxed today, so today could be her day.
Okay, we move on to number 7, Chewy 2, Glenn Schofield. Welcome back to Saturday racing for Glenn. Will Friedman.
Yeah, look, in the market, just found it too short there first up at Tamworth. Only win was at this distance, so I'm looking for big improvement, and she's going to go more, he's going to go more forward today.
Cross noseband for the first time as well has been popped onto this galloper, and again turned out in his best possible condition. You can see he's lovely and healthy, really bright, having a good look around. Again, you couldn't say no.
The second of Terry Robinson's runners is Lord de Sanamo, number 8, the grey, Tim Clark.
Terrible winning strike rate, isn't it? 1 win from 30 and 15 placings. The type of race he could run well in at odds, though. He's going to just sneak up on the fence here, and the marketplace loves him. He's 25s earlier in the week. He's single figures now, 9 to 1 chance.
Yeah, he's one that takes a bit of time to get towards his peak fitness, and still now you could see he could still improve after today's run. Looking at him, I think he can run very well, just based on the fact that he's been having a few runs under his belt, and he's nice and forward today, and he's drawn kindly.
Now we go to the Fossil, Karen McAvoy on for Sam Kavanagh.
Yeah, back in distance was probably against him last start. Previous highway run at 1400 was good, and the map looks kind to him.
It does, and he looks as though he's turned out in his best possible order as well. He's lovely and fit, really bright. He's not a pick of fat on him, so fitness is not going to be an issue for him at all.
Okay, now we go to number 10, Chase My Crown. Andrew Adkins on for Joel and Wayne Wilkes.
Yeah, I think she'll run well at $10. Hasn't been far off them in her 2 runs back, and no luck at all when never balanced last start behind them. So strips fitter and has some strong form lines last preparation that shape right up.
Yep, not out of place at all when you're having a look at this galloper. It looks to be turned out in gorgeous fashion. So, yep, could run well.
Without shame, number 11, Sam Clipperton for Sue Grills.
Made good ground at Dubbo last start, in good hands, and the extra distance may suit him now or right at his peak.
Yep, another one who's right at his peak. You can see that he presents really nicely, very healthy individual, and looks as though he should run up to look.
Newtown Braveheart, 13, John Van Overmeer on for Emma and Lucy Longmire.
Blinkers on today and a tongue control bit. Wasn't far away. In what looks a solid race at Goulburn last time. Could surprise at odds.
Yeah, another one who's turned out in their best possible condition. You can see really healthy Chestnut Gelding, who looks as though he's just getting a little bit up on his toes, but that's nothing to be too concerned about. He should race well.
Kermitin, number 15, Rachel King on for Keith Dryden.
Lightly raced mare, made up a heap of ground there first up. 2 wins at the end of last preparation were very good, and she'll be very strong. We're going to find out if you can come from behind out wide, because that's probably what she has to do. So we'll see. We'll learn a bit about this track with her, I think.
Yeah, I think we will, won't we? And she looks as though she's pretty switched on today. I don't know a great deal about her, but she looks as though she's quite switched on. She's have been pushing her strapper around. She's been getting a little bit warm. Rachel's had to sort of, keep her a bit more chilled out. So nice type. She should run up to expectations, but she's a little bit switched on.
Can Do It, number 16, James Innes, Jean Dubois.
Kept very safe in the market, this 4-year-old. Stuck on okay first up there at Nowra. Only win was at a mile, so could be an improver from a good draw.
Yeah, he's very fit and forward in condition. He looks as though he's ready to go. No knock on him whatsoever. He could run very well.
Designer Dance 17, Robbie Dolan for Emma and Lucy Longmire.
Yeah, 7-year-old mare who needs improvement on what we've seen so far this preparation.
Yeah, again, another one who looks well but would need to lift off recent performances.
19, Who Shout, Regan Bayliss is on for Norm Gardner.
Yeah, 275 days off, no official trial, so an interesting move. First up at 1,500 metres, a distance she's never run at.
Very forward in condition. I couldn't knock this horse at all. I thought that turned out really nicely.
Okay, we do have an upgrade to a good 3 here at Rose Hill Gardens. Jockeys are wearing black armbands as they go to the gates here in honour of Alan Scorse, Groovy Scorse, who passed away in the last couple of days. Groovy was apprenticed here at Rose Hill, originally with Harry Plant, then with Ray Guy for his apprenticeship before he moved to Newcastle when he was associated with the great galloper who won the Stradbroke Manawapoi. He also won a Group 1 at Moonee Valley in the William Reid on Spanish Mix. He was associated with another great sprinter from Newcastle, Razor Sharp. He was an outstanding rider. He was recently inducted into the Newcastle and Hunter Valley Racing Hall of Fame, one of his proudest moments. His wife Sharon, who passed away recently herself, was there with Alan on that day to celebrate being inducted into the Hall of Fame. To all of his family, and particularly his 2 boys and Johnny Scorse, a colleague of ours, we're thinking of you, a great man, Alan Scorse, who is no longer with us, but we remember his great feats, not only as a jockey, but in his later years as a very, very good trainer as well. 3 minutes out, Lizzie's Pick of the Yards brought to you by Arrowfield. Arrowfield Super Sire Schnitzel, all-time champion, and 4-time champion stallion.
I'm with Can Do It on top. I think this is a very open race. There's a number of horses that you can go with and elect to go their way, but I'm with Can Do It. I thought that he looked really fit and forward, and he's the horse that I want to go with today. Yulong Base is ready to win. We know that. He looks as though he's nice and ready to go. Blinkers go on today. It indicates to me that he's ready to put up a peak performance. Kermitin is a horse that I really liked as a type, and I think that you could definitely entertain her running up to expectations. Really lovely and relaxed as she entered out, but she was a little bit full of herself before she went out onto the track. So just a couple of negatives with her, but she certainly started to come amends when she went out there.
Yeah, I'm marking them 2, 10, 15 and 4. He's found his mark now, Yulong Base, but I think it's all about the start with him. If he jumps and finds the position at this distance, I think he's going to maybe come into his own with those blinkers back on in a tough race. Chase My Crown, unlucky last start, has got upside this mare. Should have won that Class 1 at Newcastle last time. Of the others, 15 Kermited, she will answer a few questions about this track being wide and back in the field here, which when we get these good threes, and that's why we're probably seeing a horse like Lord Decenimo firm here, an inside draw. You know, so they're really gravitating to these horses on the rails. That's yet to be proven yet. And I'll put in for his stablemate, Lord Decenimo, so say you. But I'm 2, 10, 15 and 4, Glenn.
Yeah, nice and wide here, Ronnie. $6 the field, in fact. Equal favourites, So Say You and Yulong Base. And So Say You out from $4.80. Yulong Base in from as much as $9.50. They're a breath in front of Kermatin here, or Kermatin. $6.50 basically all day. It is bouncing between $6.50 and $6 at the moment, but it was a $6.50 chance this morning. Two massive firms, the next two runners here. Lord Decenimo, $21. Best price today, now $8.50, and Can Do It, the pick of the yard, $16 best price, is now $9. Go out to then... they're the single figure runners without shame, out to $10 from $7.50. Chase My Crown, $11 from $8.50. Tap and Run, $12 from $8. And then a good jump to Chewy 2 and the Fossil, who are $18 each of two. And Chewy 2 as much as $21, and the Fossil's out from a $10 chance. And then another massive jump to $41 and longer the rest. So Say You, the king of the highways. Terry Robinson got the favourite and the best firm up here in So Say You and Lord Decenimo. But $6 the field, Greg, as they start to load.
Yes, and he's also got one of the leading contenders for the Kosciuszko. Art Cadeau, the Country Championships winner, is going to run first up in the Kosciuszko on October 16 at Royal Randwick. So a 1,500 metre highway, and they're loading in well for today's second race at Rosehill Gardens. We are already on a good three, a rare good three. And here is Darren Flindell.
And Designer Dance now is the last to move in. So we're just about right now for the Class 2 Tab Highway. What an open betting race. There's been many runners laid to win this. We're all set. Starting signal, and the gates clang back. They're off. No speed by Lord Decenimo, and Designer Dance is taken back. Now jumping well is Can Do It from Chewy 2. Can Do It just leads from Chewy 2. Without Shame's pretty handy. Homogeny is improving on the rails in the early stages, and going with it Yulong Base. They're followed then by Chase My Crown on the improve and advance it Without Shame. Back on the inside, the Fossil. They're followed then by Tap and Run Out Deep, and Yulong Base is drifting back to midfield now. They're followed further back in the field by Lord Decenimo on the rails from Who Shout Kermatin, and Designer Dance is the last one. So it's Can Do It in front from Chewy 2, Chase My Crown, Homogeny, and Newtown Braveheart with the blinkers in fifth, followed by Tap and Run. Then came the Fossil further back to Without Shame. So Say You's in a wide position, followed by Lord Decenimo, Yulong Base, Kermatin, and well back Who Shout on the outside of Designer Dance. Can Do It has been backed at odds, shows the way approaching the turn from Chewy 2 as they come around the corner. Chase My Crown 3 out, then came Homogeny. The Fossil is punching through on the rails into the straight. Can Do It 2 lengths clear from Chewy 2, then Homogeny, the Fossil, the rails wider out. So Say You's trying to lengthen, running on fairly well, but Can Do It still in front below the furlong from Chewy 2. So Say You is digging in, and Tap and Run's going through the centre with a big run. Tap and Run, So Say You. What a finish here. Up the inside, the Fossil's blown the ball out. The Fossil got right up on the inside, and in a six-way go, I reckon he's won it from Can Do It. And close up there was Tap and Run. And what a finish. So Say You is right in the thick of things, followed by Chewy 2, Can Do It, of course. Then Designer Dance, Without Shame, Homogeny, Kermatin, Yulong Base, Newtown Braveheart.
Goodness me, I don't know how Darren got any of that information out. Let's line them up. Now, on the fence, yellow colours, that is the Fossil. You're going to see a grey nose poke through here in a moment. Lord Decenimo. You've also got Tap and Run. You've got Can Do It. You've got So Say You. What's the other yellow colours? Chewy 2. I reckon it's the Fossil, Lord Decenimo, and Can Do It.
Boy, oh boy.
Your go.
No, I'll leave that one to you to sort all them out. You're an old race caller. I didn't know where to look. Those horses on the inside, just grew wings the last 50 metres there. We'll have to have 5 looks at it, but no doubt it's the Fossil that's won it, and the inside draws come to the 4 there. So he'll be pretty excited with that. Young Sam Kavanagh, and back in distance last start, but 1,200 to 1,500 today gets the job done.
Okay, so the Fossil, number 9, Karen McAvoy, Sam Kavanagh. There's the grey. He got through late. Well, he warmed up late, Lord de Sanamo, and you can mark him down now as having run 12 seconds from 30 starts, if indeed he does get that. And Can Do It, number 16, is through the middle. Now, we're waiting for these numbers to go up officially, and I don't know whether the semaphore board's working today, so we just can't help you with the numbers if they are official right at this very moment. We are going to flash all the details up on your screen as soon as they come to hand. We're going to Toowoomba for the mounting yard. Stay tuned. The results are coming up shortly.
To look then, they were coming from everywhere, but you were able to get your nose down at the right time. Good luck.
Yeah, he was nice and sweet today, the horse. He's a genuine little trier, and I was all the better for having had a ride on him 2 starts ago. And it's good to see Sam Cav back in the game and enjoying himself and training some winners, and pleasing to think. I think this is his first city winner back, so hopefully it's onwards and upwards for him as well.
And he looked as though he was turned out in beautiful condition, really fit, not a pick of fat on him when he was walking around the yard.
That's right, yeah, he was nice and bright, and as I said, he's a sweet little fella, moving well, and from that good draw, Sam just said, look, tuck him away and give him a chance to travel and get the 1,500, and as I said, I had a ride on him 2 starts ago, so I knew a little bit more about him, and I was happy to ride the rail, and he kept picking up for me, and past the furlong he was hitting his straps, and that's exactly what he did. The last 100 he was able to gain the upper hand, and he was turned out in good order.
That track's upgraded now. What's your expectations of the day moving forward?
Yeah, it's obviously going to continue to dry out a bit, but it's lovely. It's nice to be back at Rose Hill, and the track's had a lovely break. The guys have done a fantastic job with it. It's going to ride a bit quick, and it might suit horses closer to the front than the back, but it's a lovely fair surface so far, and it's good to be back.
Well done.
Thank you.
Back here at Rose Hill for the third. In the second, the 1500, they ran 129.75. That was after they upgraded the track to a good 3 officially. This is the midway, 1300, a benchmark 72. And we're about to have a look at them in the yard with Duff and Lizzie. Brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding. Shop in store or online now. Let's have a look at Cuban Royale, Robert and Luke Price, Brock Ryan.
Yeah, I'm convinced he's racing in career best form. He's going really well in tougher races than this as well. And he only has to hold that form to be very, very competitive here.
Exactly, and he does look as though he's probably the best I've seen him all preparation. He just has got that really healthy looking silky coat on him. He's holding beautiful condition. I've said this a few times before, but since they've been keeping him to the shorter trips, he looks to me as though he just holds great physical appearance, and that's going to be very beneficial, especially now he's deep into a preparation.
Celtic number 2 lining up for his 4th midway in a row. Hugh Bowman riding for Gary Portelli.
Well, he's such a consistent midway performer. He was just anchored by that big weight last time behind Delahat. Although he has that big weight again here today.
Again, he looks really, really good. I think this is another element of the best I've seen him parade and look. He looks as though his coat's finally come through. He's again holding great condition. He looks really bright and has a bit of spring in his step, and he should run up to what his looks suggest.
Ruby Tuesday number 3, Tim Clark, Gary Portelli.
Yeah, she resumed with a really solid win there first up, didn't she? And she appears to have returned well. If she jumps, she rides the speed from that inside draw, and it's starting to look like an advantage for her.
Yeah, she's in great order. She won last start, and I thought the way that she presented, she still had a bit of improvement to come in her coat. Her coat hadn't quite fully come through, and she's always a bit of a work in progress in the yard. You've got to keep an eye on her to hope she behaves herself, and then in turn she behaves herself behind the gates, and hopefully in turn she then will jump out of the gates, because if she does, she's going to be really hard to beat and really hard to get past. So she gets a big tick from me, and her behaviour is excellent.
Number 4, Catapult, going onto the pony. Nasrawilla riding for Richard Litt.
I know he's got a few convictions, but he's in really good shape, this horse. There was a dead set barrier trial last time where nothing went right. So Nash, if he just, we need one of those typical Nash rides just weaving through the inside of the concluding stages. And I tell you what, if they open up, he's a good winning chance.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? And he looks absolutely magnificent. This is, again, the best I've seen him look. We've seen a lot of these horses in this field have been racing well, but probably not looking the best they've ever looked, and he falls into that same category today.
Barossa Rosa, number 5, Kieran McAvoy for Tracy Bartley.
Yeah, trial well, Bridal looming up and just needing the run there first up. Look, she's right in the mix again. They're going to try, they obviously have to ride a quieter from this draw, which they've gone to the steward, so a lot has to go right.
Yes, exactly. Look, she's a lovely, delicate-looking type. She seems as though she's a little bit on her toes at the moment, but I think that all you can say is that she parades quite nicely, and if you like her off her recent run, then you can put her into your numbers.
Last start, midway winner, Dallalat, Jason Collett, Nathan Doyle.
Yeah, he's up 2.5 kilos now, but I thought he had improvement before winning first up, so there's upside to come. I can't say no.
Yep, can't say no to him. He's always been a good type. He presents well. You couldn't have him looking any better. He's turned out in his best possible condition.
Here's Calgary Queen, James McDonald, Brad Widdup.
Yeah, I don't mind this mare. She was really good winning first up. Did enough in arguably the worst part of the track. McDonald will be positive, and if she happens to get across without too many problems, I think she's hard to beat.
Yeah, she will be right in the finish, and she looks as though she's turned out beautifully. She's just swishing her tail a little bit and just slightly on her toes, but that's the only negatives I can see in her.
We'll have a look at Dame Kiri, Rachel King, Ellen Denham.
I thought she was absolutely gone, and then her last run, she finished alongside one of the favourites here, Cuban Royale, and was just a good a run. I cannot let her go round at 50-1 on that run alone.
Yeah, she looks as though she's started to improve physically as well. Her coat started to come through. I'm happy to just see how she performs today, but I would say that she has improved from when I've last seen her.
Boudoir number 9, Josh Pard, Damien Lane.
On pace type, did it well winning first up. Second up form is solid. Got a coveted barrier here, and he's pretty genuine.
Yep, turned out in his best possible order again. It's if you like him off his recent form.
Number 12 is Obvious Step, Sam Clipperton, David Payne.
She was good at this level first up, and then forgiving when run off her legs in when Escape just run them ragged there the other day. Now, barrier 1, I keep harping on it, and you've got to really promote her up the list today.
She looks very well. She's a bit on her toes. You can see she's just starting to get a little bit excited as she's watching these other horses cantering down to the start. And she's got that single just hanging down, so that's just bothering her a little bit, but she looks very well.
And Love Me Tender, Robbie Dolan the replacement, Anthony Cummings the trainer.
Yep, she's a little bit underrated, this filly, and she looks big odds at $26. Stuck on well last start, gets in light, definitely one of the chances.
Yeah, again, she should run up to expectations. She looks as though she's turned out beautifully.
Okay, they're going out onto the track for the third of the day. This is the Midway handicap, restricted to a number of stables. Brad Widdup has Calgary Queen. He's got James McDonald on board. She looks well placed in a Midway.
She does. Bit of speed there. We're drawing a little bit awkward. Hopefully we can just get in there somewhere. I'd say we'll be in the first half dozen. And no, it looks a good race for her.
What about Ice Bath later on today in the Golden Pendant? Third up.
Yeah, she's had two nice runs leading today. Obviously would have liked a little bit of rain, but hasn't come. But I'm very happy with her. Looks a good race for her, and I'm sure she'll run well.
All right, good luck with both of them,
Thanks,
Brad.
mate.
Let's get Lizzie's pick of the yard as they canter to the gates here for the Midway. Lizzie's pick of the yard is brought to you by Arrowfield Super Sire Schnitzel, a four-time champion, an all-time legend, and the sire of last night's Group 1 winner, Wild Ruler.
Yeah, look, I think that there's a few that you can go with in this race. I'm going the way of Catapult. I thought that this was the best I've seen him parade, but that's not the only horse. This is the best time that I've seen them parade. I thought Ruby Tuesday looked as though her coat has really come through after that last start performance on the Kensington track. She looks in great order. And I also thought that Cuban Royale looked in excellent shape. He's one that I've followed all the way through this preparation, and he looks as though he's going to run a really credible race again today. But Catapult is the one on top I'm going with.
I am 7, 1, 4 and 8. I know she a little bit's got to go right for her here in the first 100, 150 metres, Calgary Queen, but if it unfolds and she finds an inside position here, I think she's awfully hard to beat. Cuban Royale flying at the moment, can't leave him out. 4 Catapult, yeah, I get it with Lizzie. He is in great order, and it was, like I said, it wasn't a hard run last time, and I reckon he should have been figuring right in the finish. And I'm going to throw Dame Kiri in a 50 to 1 chance here. If she reproduces that last run, she could shock a few here. I'd love to promote Obvious Step because of what we've seen early in the day, because of that barrier 1, and the punters are really rallying to her. 10 into 750 on a $30 tote call, which is obviously going to trim up, but obviously a lot of supporters for Obvious Step. 7, 1, 4 and 8, Glenn.
Yes, Ronnie, your favourite's Calgary Queen. A best of $4.60 today, was as short as $3.80. It's back to a $4 chance. Cuban Royale, very, very difficult to move off $5.50 or similar price throughout the day, the toppy. Ruby Tuesday, as much as $8.50. She's currently bouncing between $7.50 and $7. She's a $7.50 chance. She's second pick today behind Calgary Queen. Obvious Step, another David Payne runner that's firmed dramatically today. $13. Which she went up this morning. That was first price. She's now an $8 chance, and she's actually $7.50 on the NOP tab at $8, but $13 best price given there today. Dalalat, well, as short as $7.50 is back out to $9.50. They're the single figure runners now. Catapult, the pick of the yard here, well, 5 minutes ago, if not less, was $16. Is now an $11 chance after as much as $17 was bet about it first thing today. Barossa Rosa to going back here, $7 out to $12. It's very soft. Budwar, 10 out to 12, not a great deal of movement there. Exceltic, 14 got into 11, it's back out to 16. And Love Me Tender is the next pick at 23, Dame Kiri 41. So Calgary Queen runs favourite here for J-Mac in the Midway, but nice firms up today. Obvious Step and Catapult from, well into double figures to, well, Obvious Step single figures, and Catapult not too far away, Greg, for race 3.
Loading into the gates, we've got 5 in, and there's Catapult, Excelding, and Dame Kiri over behind the gates. This is the Midway, and horses in this class, this Midway class, restricted to certain stables on a point score basis. They've got their big race coming up, the Four Pillars. A market will be released on Monday. We've got nominations for that race, and it'll be run here on Golden Eagle Day when we get back to Rosehill Gardens. Let's go to Darren for the midway race 3.
So this over the 1,300 metres, short run to the first bend, the lights on. Bit of a headwind in the back for the horses in this. They're just about right. Gates are back, they're off. Obvious Step missed the kick a bit, and Exotic is taken back. And Boudoir jumped out well together with Calgary Queen, and McDonald's taking Calgary Queen to the front from Boudoir. Barossa Rosa got across nicely from the outside, going to second in front of Boudoir. Then came Ruby Tuesday, Delalat deeper out, working into a forward roll. They're followed then by Obvious Step back on the inside, snatched up on the inside at Catapult. Cuban Real's caught 3 wide. Further back to Love Me Tender, Dame Kiri, and Exotic is the last one. Calgary Queen held together ahead in front of Barossa Rosa. Delalat's caught 3 wide, no cover in third, followed then by Boudoir as they race up towards the home turn. So Boudoir travels fourth on the inside, followed then by Cuban Real, who's deeper out as they approach the turn. Obvious Step back on the rails, and Ruby Tuesday's in the middle of the ruck as they turn for home. It's Calgary Queen held together from Barossa Rosa, Delalat, Boudoir looking for room, followed by Ruby Tuesday. Cuban Real's running on okay. Further back to Obvious Step, it's Barossa Rosa and Calgary Queen. Barossa Rosa, Calgary Queen, there's nothing in it. A length off to Delalat and Boudoir. Calgary Queen's lifting on the inside of Barossa Rosa. Cuban Real, Delalat late. It's Barossa Rosa getting the upper hand. Here we go again. Barossa Rosa's won it. Barossa Rosa beat Cuban Real at a photo third. Delalat and Calgary Queen back on the rails. Then came Boudoir from Obvious Step, followed by Love Me Tender, Ruby Tuesday, Catapult, and Exotic was about the last one to finish.
Barossa Rosa, number 5, Karen McAvoy and Tracy Bartley, third and a midway at Kembla. First up, wins one, second up. 5 will be the winner. We'll try and line them up. Now, Cuban Royale out wide has finished late, and Calgary Queen trying to hold on the insiders there as well. And when they reach the line, we've got the inside nose obscured there, but when the photo comes up, it could well be Cuban Royale, but you just can't see the nose of Calgary Queen. But Barossa Rosa's the winner.
Yeah, and she did just a run short last time. They said they were going to go back today. I don't know whether we read that wrong. Straight up outside the lead, got across with no problem at all, and they look to be having a 2-horse war there, but looked too good. She'd really come on since that first up run. She seemed to have a chance. She got across easy enough. I thought Calgary Queen and Cuban Royale has really battled, covered a little bit of ground, so another tough effort from him, who's racing in career best form. Delalat's around the mark there, and Calgary Queen are probably third there. Calgary Queen and Delahat for fourth, but 5-1, 7 and 6.
1:16.7, and they've run 33 plus. I just didn't catch the fractions there. They've broken 34. So that is the third. We'll come back with Tracy Bartley and also Karen McAvoy when we return to Rosehill. Tracy, Barossa Rosa really fought that finish out, but the original plan was to ride conservatively.
Well, I said to Karen, because there was already 2 leaders, and I didn't want to be the third leader, and just said, look, be conservative, but she just landed there and followed that other horse across. So she really got across quite easy, you know, and then he just rested her then. They went that lovely gallop, didn't go too fast. Perfect ride, gem of a ride, hitting in the leader, you know, so, and they run 1-2, so... we just want a spot now, Greg. That's what we want.
Okay, so what are you doing as far as the 4 pillars? Is Barossa Rosa the type of horse you want to get into that?
Oh, no doubt in the world. I think she matched herself. She'll make her own luck. You know, she'll go to a bit further now. Probably have to step her into a harder race because you probably you don't really want another win. You know, really. That'd do her. She'd probably get a penalty for that today.
Yep.
And she'd be nicely spot if I could get the right sort of claimer. To bring her right back into the race.
How many horses have you got your head around being targeted towards that?
We only the 3, Greg, that was really eligible or good enough, you know. This filly, this mare, and then got that horse Kiss Some that won very well last through the week, you know. So we've got high hopes for him. But she's a really honest mare. This you can't fault her form all the way through, and good ride by Karen.
All right. Well, look after her until Golden Eagle Day.
We'll do it. Thank you.
Good on you.
It was really tough in the end and looked to stick her nose out at the right time.
Yeah, she did. Trace said she'd done well since her last run 2 weeks ago. She said that she's had a good couple of weeks and he was proven right. She was able to start nicely and sharply got across into a travelling spot outside the leader, and we were able to control the race. And being that bit fitter today, she was able to sustain a good sprint all the way through the line. So well done to Tracy and his team. He's got his team up flying. He's had a couple of city winners of late, so it's good to see.
And looks like an ideal 4 Pillars horse.
Ideal what, sorry?
Oh, ideal 4 Pillars horse.
Yeah, probably right, yeah. You know, she's in good form, and Tracy said that she's a bit more furnished this time through, so there'd be no reason to think that she couldn't be competitive in that race coming up.
You ride Giannis in the Golden Rose later. He was really good in the Dolcify. What do you expect of him today?
Yeah, obviously we're meeting a great field today, but he's a horse that was good first up off a break and drawn a little bit of a sticky marble, but if we can have a bit of luck, he's going to be in the finish somewhere, I'm sure. He's a quality colt that's only got the best ahead of him.
All these new races you've got to remember, Macca.
Exactly.
Well done.
Right. Thanks.
Okay, welcome back to Rosehill Gardens for race number 4 on the program. Just going back to the previous race, race number 3, that overall time was 1:16.7. They ran home in 33:67. In the first race, they went awfully slow in the 1900 metre race, a 1:57.47, but they ran home in 33:34, and the race in between the second, in the 1:29.75 1500, they ran home in 35:15, but they've got a fierce tailwind here in the home straight at Rosehill today. Race number 4, the Drinkwise, Colin Stephen, over 2,400 metres, the final lead up to the Metrop next Saturday. This mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding. Shop in store or online now. We start with a couple of Gay Waterhouse Adrian Bott runners. Taikamochi is the first. Nasruilla is on board.
Look, he went out pretty hard there at Newcastle, and I thought he stuck on okay. Look, he strips fit, 4th up now. We know he can run 2,400 metres, and he's the type of horse, once he strikes a little bit of form, he invariably holds it or improves.
Well, that coincides with the fact that he is getting to his peak fitness if he's not already there yet. He just takes a long time to get towards that stage in his preparation. He's quite a big, burly, robust horse, and just a few runs in and his racing style, he needs to be nice and forward in condition, and you can see that of him today. He's got his customary little bit of sweat around his flank area. That's when he races best, and he should run really well today.
Another for Gay and Adrian is on Taunt, Tim Clark.
He was very good last week, arguably on the best going on the inside, but he has upside to come. And look, he's very likeable here, although there is some query on him at 1.5 miles, but he gets to prove me wrong with that today.
Yeah, he gets all the favours, doesn't he? He's got a lovely on-pace racing style, even though he's going to have a few to join him up there today, but he looks as though he's in perfect shape, and he is a valid favourite.
Fun fact number 3, Björn Baker, Josh Parr.
I like this horse today. I know he was probably outpointed by Entente last week, but I just think up in distance, he's 4th up. He's got blinkers back on. He can ride the speed. He's adaptable, and the dry tracks are fine for him. I want to sway with him this week.
Yeah, I think that's a good move with him. He's, as you said, it takes him, again, a little bit of time to get towards his peak fitness, and the fact that he likes to get up on speed and make his own luck, he needs to have the fitness on his side, and you can see he's finally got that there, and you can also see that's why they've applied the blinkers today.
Young Rascal, number 4, Sam Clipperton for Richard and Michael Friedman.
Yeah, he's been disappointed this prep. He would need improvement. I heard Richard Friedman interviewed this morning. He said he's been riddled with ulcers, but they're treating him, and he says he's eating better and doing better, and he said he didn't mind his last run. So, possible improver.
I must admit, when I saw him come into the yard, he looked really alert and bright and well, and he looks as though he's quite switched on today for him. So I would say that we watch him today and see how he performs, and if he does perform well, I think he'll be back on track.
Of course, he's had 1 start for 1 win here at Rosehill. When trained by William Haggis, he was the winner of the Mannion Cup when he came out here for a Dabe Mark 1. Dick Whittington, same colours, a darker cap worn by Jason Collett. Matthew Smith.
I thought he was a touch better in that slowly run race there last start, so he might be getting on the improve now. The distance suits better, and he's coming in for a little bit of support, just mapping behind them on the inside there. So 17 to 15, look for a better, he could be on the improve.
Yeah, look, he presents quite nicely physically. He's a good type, and he looks to me as though he's turned out in good shape.
7 is Criminal Code, Brock Ryan on for Chris Waller.
Dry track suits him better than most. He's been around the mark without winning of late. He's the one that's going to sit off a potential hot speed with a lightweight and be coming home over the top of a blade.
Yeah, he looks in great shape, doesn't he? He's just been up for a long time, holding great condition, and as you said, he's going to be hitting the line strongly.
There's number 8, Sky Max, Rachel King, Mark Newnham.
Yeah, he's a flashy looking horse, isn't he? It's 42 days since being, I don't think he was himself there first up, so Mark's freshened him up. 3 of his 4 wins are at this distance. He maps nicely, and he could easily surprise. And he's very solid in the market in his own right.
Yeah, couldn't knock him at all. He looks really bright and fresh and well. I think just 1 more run and he'll be continue to improve, but he looks in great shape.
Torrance spoiled the party 2 back. James Innes on board. Laurie Parker.
Yeah, there was an easy win there, wasn't it? 2 starts back in that benchmark 78. Didn't do much, although he got caught wide there at Newcastle. I'd prefer a couple of others, or he's $20 in $19, little spec there.
Yep, he's turned out well, but he's on his toes and he's a bit inconsistent, so happy to go around him.
Third OTI runner here is Sound of Cannons with John O'Shea. Glenn Boss wears the red cap.
Yeah, look, he's going well without winning. He wasn't suited back in distance last time, so 2400's more his go. A little bit out of the handicaps here, though.
I think he looks great. He's one that I can really entertain. I know he needs a bit of speed on, and he's going to be hitting the line strongly if he gets that, but he just looks in such good order, and I would say that he can run better than his price suggests.
And Master Shahud, number 12, Robbie Dolan for Richard Litt.
He stays well. He's been battling away okay recently. His past couple are quite good. Richard's got him looking really well.
He has, hasn't he? And I think, again, he can run better than his price suggests as well. He looks in great shape. Just on the horse of Jason Collett's Dick Whittington, he just lost his tongue tie in the mountain yard, so they're just going to apply it to him around by the gates.
Okay, so they're getting around to the gates here for race number 4. We might go to Duff first of all, get his late mail before we come back with Bjorn Baker and Lizzie's pick of the yard.
Yeah, I'm 3217. I want to be with Fun Fact here. I think I'm keen to hear what Bjorn has to say about him. I think he backs up in good shape, blinkers back on, dry track, on pace, hard to beat. On Tont's the one I'm wary of. On the back up as well. They're both on the back up, these horses, on pace types. Then the other on pace are Taikamuchi, and I'll throw in Criminal Code. Some people want to go wider, but 3, 2, 1 and 7 for me.
Okay, Lizzie's pick of the yard is brought to you by Arrowfield Supersire Schnitzel, 4-time champion, all-time legend.
I'm going to go a little bit wider. I'm going to go with Sound of Cannons on top from Master Shahud. I thought both of these looked in terrific shape. I'm edging towards Sound of Cannons. I just think that looks to me as though he's peaking at the right time for this type of race. Looks to be a bit of pressure as well, so he should be hitting the line strongly. But Master Shahud has turned out excellently as well.
Now, in the Golden Pendant later today, race 7, number 5 on Trivier, the mare has been reported by the stable to be in season after arriving on course. Now, she has been examined by the club's veterinary officer. She's been deemed suitable to race. That's the latest on Trivier. Now, Bjorn Baker, Fun Fact, looks like a nice setup by you today on the back up with blinkers on.
Yeah, I think Ron summed it up. He said back up blinkers and on top of the ground. I think that's the key with him. He's a real 2,400 metre horse as well, and Josh Parr goes back on. He's got a good relationship with him.
All positive there. What about Overpass?
Yeah, he's a quality colt resuming in what is a very tough race, but he's got a soft gait. He should get a gun run just off the speed.
You got the last start winner, Soldier of Love, in the Shannon.
Yeah, and it's a tough race, but he gets in with no weight. He'll roll forward, and McAvoy on is positive.
Akahata in the Gloaming.
Yeah, he's not out of it. He's fit and well, and I think we'll roll forward from the gate as well.
And you've got Knight and Power in the last.
Yeah, and he could be the knockout blow. If he has any sort of luck in transit, he has got a turn of foot, so I hope for the best.
Last race, Bjorn.
Oh, hopefully today. Actually, I want race 4, Bjorn. That would be better.
That'll be better, race 4. All right, good luck with Fun Fact.
Thank you.
Okay, Glenn Munsey, what's happening with the market?
Well, those right out of the market, Greg, just attracting a little bit of support here. The top of the market's pretty steady. On top, your favourite at $4.20 over Fun Fact at $4.60, although as much as $6 was bet about Fun Fact this morning. Criminal Code is the soft one here in the market. Was favourite this morning at $4. It's out to $6 at this stage. Takamochi has been 7 out to 9. Sound of Cannons, the pick of the yard, went up 10. Got to as much as 12, back into single figures now, being the pick of the yard at $9.50. Skymax, this has been a steady firm. 17, the best given about it, is now a $10 chance. And it's 17, 16, 15, 12, 11, 10 over the last 20 minutes or so. In fact, make it $9.50 now, Skymax. So that's 17 into $9.50 today. Takamochi gets out to $9.50. Dick Whittington, well, as much as 19 bet about it, is now 14. Master Shahud went up 10, got to 17, is now 16. Torrens went up 21, it's still there. And Young Rascal went up 23, is now $21. So it's not a race where they've got massive amounts of confidence in those middle runners there, but they're happy to play wide. But $4.40 now on Tont. Favourite over Fun Fact at $4.60. and 4 others in single figures. Criminal Code, Sky Max, Sound of Cannons and Takamochi. And as usual, Greg, they're not the easiest races to work out when they get up to a distance.
Yes, mile and a half, Colin Stephen, and this is our lead-up, our final lead-up to next week's Metropolitan at Royal Randwick. Let's go up to Darren as they load away.
Righto, Greg, the OTR with 3 in this. They've changed the cap colour with Dick Whittington. Note a black-coloured cap on Dick Whittington. Young Rascal with the white, Sound of Cannons with the red. So Takamochi, the last to come up now. It's been a year since his last success, winning the Kingston Town at Randwick. National Wooler booked for the ride today on Takamochi. 4th run in this preparation. So a mile and a half ahead of them. And the lights on. They're set to go. Racing. Sky Max is revved up from barrier 1 on Tont, jumped straight into the bridle. Torrens is handy. Takamochi's rolling forward and Fun Fact the greys between them. Dick Whittington drops down to the fence in front of Master Shahud. Then Sound of Cannons, Criminal Code and Young Rascals last. Fun Fact moving forward together with Takamochi the outside, and Torrens is right there in between runners, and Sky Max responded to the early urgings, and Sky Max is in a going mood early and trying to hold out Torrens for the lead. Fun Fact deeper out. Takamochi will take a sit. On Tont will take a sit. 2 further back to Dick Whittington, then Master Shoot as they went over the crossing. Further back to Sound of Cannons, Criminal Code. And last of all, in the white cap there is Young Rascal. So it's Torrens in front now at the 1,600 metres. Had to do a bit of work though. It's Torrens out by a length and a half. Fun Fact goes to second, and Sky Max is right up behind the leader now in third. 3 lengths away to Takamochi and a similar margin to the stablemate on Tont. 3 further back to Dick Whittington on the inside of Master Shahud. Then Sound of Cannons, Criminal Code, Young Rascal the last of all. And about 12, 14 lengths off the leader, which is Fun Fact now rolling on. And Fun Fact takes the lead clearly. Sky Max quickly came off the fence and he moves up to second, with Torrens now taking the sit back in third. So there's been some shuffling up front. Fun Fact in front from Sky Max. Torrens now third, 2 off to Takamochi, 2 off to Onton. Then Dick Whittington from Master Shahud, Sound of Cannons, Criminal Code, Young Rascal still the last one. Fun Fact leads the back straight in front of the 800 metres. Sky Max has been specced in the market today, is really keeping him company now as they start the run down the side of the course. 3 lengths clear from Torrens, then Takamochi, a length and a half then to Onton. Clark just starting to feel for him, followed by Dick Whittington. Master Shahud making hard work of it from Sound of Cannons, Criminal Code and Young Rascal. Fun Fact turns the corner in front. Sky Max under plenty of pressure now. It's Fun Facts trying to beat off Sky Max and doing a good job of that. On Tot is starting to respond to the urgings and coming down the outside, and Dick Whittington goes with him. It's on Tot and Dick Whittington. They moved up to head off Fun Fact and Sky Max. It's on Tot getting a length and a half clear now. Fun Fact is fighting back. Then came Dick Whittington. Young Rascal late on the scene, but on Tont's drawing clear, and on Tont too good. Much better run by Young Rascal today. Ran second, clearly. Fun Fact third in front of Sky Max, Dick Whittington, Criminal Code late, then Sound of Cannons. Torrens dropped off with Takamochi and Master Shahud.
Yes, on Tont ticks the mile and a half box. Number 2 for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott. Tim Clark in the saddle. Young Rascal has improved for Richard and Michael Freeman and Sam Clipperton. And make no mistake, what Fun Fact has done was superb, because that headwind down the back is monstrous, and he was entitled to fold up into a hole.
Yeah, he certainly was. Considering the early sectionals in that race for the mile and a half, they were going, 11.09, 11.3, 11.4, 8, and then they slowed down when they got to the headwind, and I thought his effort was great considering how brutally run that race was early. Much better run from Young Rascal, and he fights on Courageous there, Fun Fact.
Okay, we'll come back with the winning trainer, co-trainer, Adrian Bott and Tim Clark when we return. The numbers are going up 2, 4, 3. Now, can I help you with the time? I just can't see it at the moment. So no time posted as yet. Okay, let's go to Toowoomba. And Entente well and truly ticked that mile and a half box today, because that was a genuine tempo.
Yeah, it was great to see. Obviously, yeah, the early part of the race changed complexion very, very quickly. I thought he might have been up there being able to be prominent in the run, but plenty of pressure there, so he was able to settle and switch off, and he did it very well and showed a good turn of foot. So, it opens up a few more options for him going forward.
Is there a chance he could back up 3 weeks in a row?
There's potential. I'll also have a chat with Gay during the week and Peter and June Dunn and see what they'd like to, first what they'd like to achieve with the horse. I'd love to get a nice result for them, but there are a couple of other options further down the track that we can look at. So we're in no rush just yet. We'll see how he comes through it.
Well done today.
Thanks very much.
Good on you.
I don't think there is. I'm checking to see what's here. Fun fact, Tiger Mochi. Tim, it was good to see him tick that 2,400 metre box today.
Yeah, exactly. He obviously hadn't done that, but we were confident he was going to be able to. A couple of times he'd got out beyond that. Probably wasn't at the right stage of his prep. But today, third up, he's got a great third up record on the quick back up. And it was a solid 2,400 too. They weren't messing about, and he ran out strongly.
And the fact that he could take a sit over that distance as well looks as though it's going to be beneficial for him moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. He's very versatile. He led that 10 furlong race last week, and there he was running sort of 5th in the 2,400. So he's pretty push button now, and it's good to see him get another win. He's been a really good horse, and hopefully now he's probably really fully mature now.
He seems super tough as well.
Yeah, and hopefully he can, he might have to go again next week, 3 weeks in a row, but he'll be right.
Yeah, he'll be fine. Well done.
Continues here at Rosehill Gardens with the Heritage Stakes. This is the first of three feature three-year-old races on the program. The 1100 metre Petaluma Heritage Stakes at listed level. And this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in-store or online now. Number 1, the Kiwi, Sword of State. Karen McAvoy and Jamie Richards.
Well, gee, I think he adds a lot of interest here, and he's very solid in the market, this Kiwi. He's had one trial, he's had a little setback, he didn't trial with his blinkers on, he's got some outstanding figures in New Zealand to say he could even have been the best 2-year-old in Australasia. So he has got pace. The leaders come out of this race, Enterprise Pom, so it'll be interesting to see if they ride him aggressively. Has to carry the weight penalty here, but I reckon there's a lot of confidence around about this bloke today, and he's stepping out with purpose.
Yeah, isn't he? He's really strong, and physically he's a very appealing type. You can see that he looks as though he's very much switched on today. He's been charging around this yard. He's almost gapped the rest of the field the way he's walking around here, but he just looks as though he's in a good bit of form, nice and fresh. He's done plenty of work. Fitness will not be an issue for this fella, and you'd have to say that he's got a terrific chance if he runs up to his looks.
Number 2 is Home Affairs, Nashrewilla riding for Chris Waller.
Well, there's some high-quality horses on show in this. Not only be a listed race, but, geez, you won't see a hotter one. He's won 3 trials, this horse. There's a huge push for the way he's going. Could well be the Coolmore winner in the spring, but we'll learn more about him today.
Come on nicely from last time around. He's definitely started to level up and look a little bit more balanced as he walks around. He's always been quite a strong type, but has needed to just even out in his action and just in the way that he appears. So I think that he's coming into himself this preparation. He looks to me as though he's done plenty of work, so no excuses for him first up. Looks in good shape. He's come on nicely from his 2-year-old years. He should be right in the finish.
Number 3 is Paul Ely, James McDonald, James Cummings.
Has been a little hot and cold in the past in the yard, but he's learned to behave himself. He was terrific winning first up. A little bit off the boil, even though he was narrowly beaten second up on the soft track. I think it's all about what run he secures here. Can you come down the middle and launch on this field over 1100? I think it's going to be pretty tough, but I'll leave it to McDonald. I think he looks airborne.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he, this horse? He's been a model of consistency this preparation. I know what you're saying about how he used to be, but this prep he's been absolutely perfect, and he's fronted up in beautiful shape. He's been very professional, and today is no different.
Number 4, King of Sparta, Hugh Bowman for Peter and Paul Snowden.
Yeah, looks to have freshened up beautifully for the 1100 dry track, just the barrier. We know he's got not the best racing manners, but you wouldn't think he'd be pulling in a race like this, but if he gets the breaks, I think he's good enough to win.
Yep, couldn't agree with you more, and his condition would suggest that he's in great order and he's come on nicely. I think if he runs how he did a couple of starts ago when he won, I think he can win this race.
Mautai, number 5, Tim Clark and Casey Fogden.
Yeah, here he is just cantering to the winning post now. He goes onto the track early. To Sydney, runs it great behind, Paul Lele and in the Congo. Should run well again at 1100 metres here.
I thought he paraded when he was walking around here, absolutely no problems at all. So he seems to have gone out to the start nicely. No knock on him at all.
Overpass, another first upper here, number 6, Josh Parr on for Bjorn Baker.
105 days off, blinkers off, 1 trial, short course form is good. It's a tough race to resume in, but he minds his own business from that draw.
Yeah, he's ready and fresh. You can see him bouncing around. He's done plenty of work. Coat's perfect for a first up attempt.
Tri-State, number 7, Jason Colladon for Anthony Cummings.
Good go for this horse. Opened 25 to 1 earlier in the week. He got into 950 here on the NOP, back to 10. His 2 wins back at this distance have been great. I know he's at a new level now, but he's fit and well.
He is fit and well, and he's been coming through all the races that I've seen him at through the midweeks, and he's been putting up brilliant performances all the way through, and he doesn't look out of place in this field. He will run very well today.
Aiders Holstein, Robbie Dolan, Matthew Dunn.
Yeah, he's only had 1 trial leading his. Love what he did at his debut. I'd rather watch him today for future reference. He's got more to come, this horse.
He parades well, he looks well, he's looking pretty sharp and full of himself as he dances and prances around here. Should run up to his looks. There are a couple of sharper types in this field, but he still presents nicely.
Vindication, number 9, Regan Bayliss on for Team Hawks.
This is harder than last start, midweek maiden win, but he has a future.
Yep, I thought he presented really nicely on that occasion, and I wouldn't knock him at all today. He's a beautiful looking type, really strong and physically imposing, and he doesn't look out of place in this field.
And like the Golden Rose, we've got two fillies taking on the boys here. Number 11, a very fine red, Sam Clippen and Mark Newnham.
Yeah, big tip for this filly today. Big finish to win last time. Sits off this hot speed on the rail, and she's into $8 now, so a lot of people got their money on her.
Yeah, she looks in great order, doesn't she? She's fronting up and ready to take on the boys in this type of field, and she is going to get a perfect run in transit.
And 12, Miss Austen, John Van Overmeer for Norm Gardner, the roughie.
49 days off. Look, got ability, but I'm not sure this is her race.
Yeah, tough ask for her, but presents nicely.
Okay, can't wait to see what Lizzie makes the pick of the yard here as these beautiful 3-year-olds make their way onto the track. There goes Paul Lely galloping to the gates, and Home Affairs is with the clerk of the course. The Snowden boys have got King of Sparta going around here. It just makes it so tough from the barrier now, Paul.
Yeah, look, he's in good order and he's paraded well, which is good to see from him. But, most importantly, the first 3 furlongs are going to probably seal his fate. Just hopefully we can mop up a bit of that leftover stuff. If they seem to run along a little bit, we can slot in somewhere, and it's certainly going to take him a long way in the finish.
Ability-wise, he's right up to these.
There's no doubt about it. I still think he's probably going to be better next time in as well, but just the improvement that he's shown throughout this preparation, how he's handled his racing, how he's handled his work at home, suggests that he's not going over the top. He's still in very good order and expecting to run well again today.
Okay, what about Marb Busher in the Golden Pendant?
Yeah, look, she's drawn a lovely gate. That's going to help her a hell of a lot. Obviously, the favourite, she's a lovely mare and she's doing really good things. So we're pretty much going in uncharted territory, 1400. But I think we seem to think that she's certainly not beyond this preparation, and probably her results today will be a telling factor of what we do after today.
Are you happy with Captivant going into the Rose?
Yeah, look, he's in good order. Up to the trip, what we want now. He's had those 2 runs back. We wanted to get into the Rose third up, and everything's sort of starting to line up. Just want a bit of clear air, vital stage. We'll build them revs up and hit the line good.
And finally, Poetic Charmer in the last.
Done back to form with blinkers on the other day. Look, it's certainly going to just set up for the day. Just sort of how much ground you can make up with him. He's probably going to have to go back from that awkward draw, but hopefully we don't have to go too far back and gives him a chance to run on again.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Paul Snowden with some big chances here today, including King of Sparta coming up here in the Petaluma Heritage Stakes. It's time for the pick of the yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, an Arrowfield Super Sire Schnitzel, 4-time champion, all-time legend.
King of Sparta goes on top. He's just one that always parades in great order, and today is no different. So he's the one who goes on top. I think the key with him is obviously the fact that he's probably got to get a bit of speed on for him to hit the line strongly, and that's probably his biggest downfall. But as far as looks are concerned, he's a real standout. I thought the other horse that you could put into your selections would be Tri-State at the double figure odds. He looks as though he's turned out beautifully. He's come through the midweeks, and I think that he's in great order. And of the others, of course, the favourite Paul Lely looks in great shape and should be running up to expectations in this field.
3, 4, 1 and 2. Could we see a little sneaky Everest slot? Well, there's only 1 or 2 left, but something might put their hand up here. Could well be Paul Lely. I know he's got work to do, but he can use a little bit of his speed if he wants to. Probably all depends on what happens in the first 100 metres here. McDonald will make that decision. I would have tipped him from a draw, King of Sparta. I think he looks fantastic and freshened up well. Sword of State, he's a beauty. And I know he's got 60 kilos to carry, but I'm not underestimating him here, and Home Affairs goes in. I'm staying up the top here, 3, 4, 1 and 2. Glenn?
Yeah, well, Ronnie, Paul Lely is your favourite, but it's just getting out now, out to 3:30, and I don't think it's stopped there. Unders unders on every tote, 280, 290, 280, but I don't think they've stopped at the 3:30 here. In fact, there's 3:40 I can see straight away. 3:40 now, Paul Lely, your favourite, number 3. King of Sparta trims up as the pick of the yard, as much as $7.50 today, but in the last 6 minutes or so has been $7 into $5.50. Sword of State, the top, he pretty solid. Only moved between sort of $5.50 and $7 all day. Currently a $6 chance. Home Affairs over the last day has been pretty soft here. A $3.70 it was as short as, now out to $6.50 today, has been $4.40 out to $6.50. A very fine red, significant trim up today. 15 into as short as $7.50 is now $8. Tri-State, as Ronnie said, as much as $19 given about it today, as short as $9.50. It's just back out to $12. Mautai, 11 out to 13 today. Here's another one. Overpass, as much as 34 is now 17, and all that has come today. And then your three roughies, Holstein, Vindication, Miss Ostend. Paul Laley, 340 favourite here, 350 on the NOP. Over King of Sparta, 550. Sword of State at 650. Home Affairs, 7. And a very fine red at 8. So only a couple to go in. Here's the Heritage.
It's been best backed here to beat the favourite Pal Laley. We finally get to see Home Affairs with his seasonal debut. The lights on and we're ready to run. Heritage Stakes over 1,100 metres. Racing now. There's a good line out. Tri-State left well together with Home Affairs. And Vindication's poking right up on the inside from Mautai, then Miss Ostend, a very fine red. Sword of State's caught pretty deep, followed after a gap to Holstein. Pal Laley's out wide and going forward in advance of Overpass. And King of Sparta's a conspicuous last. Home Affairs showed great acceleration to head them all off. Home Affairs trucking along by a length and a half on Tri-State, followed by Sword of State is caught deep. Vindication, the rails inside Mautai. Further back to Pal Laley going forward, trying to get some cover. Then came a very fine red. King of Sparta's back in the field wide but improving into the straight now, and Home Affairs held together from Tri-State a length away, then Sword of State, Mautai. Pal Laley's trying to get into it. King of Sparta down the outside. Home Affairs showing a good kick. Tri-State's wobbling under pressure, and Home Affairs has gone further in front. Pal Laley and King of Sparta can't get there, but look at Home Affairs go. I think it's fair to say there's the Coolmore Everest lot taken care of. Home Affairs wanted in a romp from Pal Laley. I think Tri-State just lasted for third in front of a very fine red and King of Sparta. Then came Overpass from Sword of State, Holstein, Miss Ostend, and Vindication was last to finish.
Number 2, Home Affairs, 660, 240 is Darren Wright. Has Home Affairs picked himself in the Coolmore slot in those colours for the $15 million Tab Everest in 3 weeks' time? They haven't made a move yet, Coolmore. Could this be it? And Paul Laley has rushed into second. They've run 62-67. 62-67. They've got a huge tailwind today, but that's just outside a long-standing track record.
Yeah, it equals Anders's class record. We know how quick he went winning this race, and that was unbelievable. I thought he just bolted there at the start. I thought he's got to stop. He's over-raced. He's overdone things. But he just kept running. He is a sharp colt, and maybe he is an Everest type. Maybe Paul Laley is as well. That's pretty hard to do what he did there. Well, I think we'll analyse his sectionals later, getting White back out wide, back in the field. And Tri-State's battled on with King of Sparta, did a good job after tailing out early there as well. But, boy, did he run that horse, and he run the time.
Okay, he's now into $26 for the Everest sale. That question will be put to Chris Waller, and we'll talk to him when we come back to Rosehill.
Oh, no, that's the same day.
An outstanding performance by Home Affairs today. I'm going to ask it straight away. Is he Coolmore's Everest horse?
This is Chris, not Mr. Magnia.
But surely Chris speaks to Mr. Magnia.
It's a great ownership team that race these horses together, and I'm privileged to be training some very nice colts, and he's certainly one of them, and it certainly will be discussed, I'm sure. Hopefully not at too much length, because the talent's there. And we've seen how 3-year-olds perform in the race, and I think today's race was a a pretty good field to say that he's up to a very high level. And I want to thank my team. This horse has had a couple of setbacks, just with elevated temperatures. We haven't panicked. We've just done everything by the book, been very cautious, knowing that what we've got under the tank is there. And just respect that as he's a horse, and finally he's come right and ready to go.
And just tell us about what you thought of that performance today, to go out like that and keep going and run time. I know they've got a big tailwind, but it's a quick time.
Yeah, well, they got a pretty strong headwind from the barriers, and it wasn't our intention to lead. Our intention was to let Nash make the decision once they jumped, respecting that it was a very tricky draw, and it's a tight turn. They have to work overtime, and for him to show a good kick at the 300, it showed his class.
Right. Well done.
Thank you.
Do you think of that performance? It looked impressive to the eye, but underneath you, what was your assessment?
He's a horse that's, given everyone that's ever rode him a great feel. Special thanks to Glenn Schofield, who's done all the work on him, and done an amazing job. He's a very fit horse here today, and he treated that field with contempt, which is pretty exciting going forward. He's a lovely horse.
What were you thinking into this race? How you were going to ride him in tactics-wise?
Just had to sort of leave it up to how he jumped, really, and it was always going to be a little bit awkward. And I didn't really push the button until after he went 100, and I just felt they just weren't going hard enough for me to sort of look to slot in. So we pressed on a little bit, and once he got there, he shut down nicely, and the filly giving up the running was pretty exciting.
How did he pull up afterwards? Did he have a bit of a blow? Is there improvement there?
Look, there is, I guess. I mean, I think he'll definitely improve the run, but in saying that, Chris has sort of had him heading towards the Golden Rose today, and rightly sort of changed tack and just freshened him a little bit for this. But the horse has done the groundwork to train right on, and who knows what he could be in next. There's a good race coming up in a month's time.
Yeah, well, you're riding a horse called Eduardo in an Everest. Do you think he's up to it?
Look, it's hard to say. I mean, Chris would be the best to ask. He's taking on those big boys. It's never easy. He can sometimes do more damage than good. But he's a horse that I'd like to be riding the year after, that's for sure.
But
thank you.
Welcome back to Rosehill Gardens. They're running into a very fierce headwind down the back of the course, and they've got a tailwind in the home straight down that 400 metre straight here at Rosehill Gardens as this wind continues to keep up. This is the Ned Whiskey Shannon Stakes over 1,500 metres. It's a Group 2, and it's the final chance to get into the Epsom at Randwick next Saturday. This is race number 6, and the mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in store or online now. Here is number 1 Imaging, James McDonald and Chris Waller.
Yeah, he's just walked into the yard now, and get Lizzie to have a look at him because we haven't seen him in. Well, he was here for the Wing Stakes, I should say. Yeah, he hasn't won in a long time, but he's competed at the Group 1 level all the way through. This is just a beautiful race for him at home. His 3 runs at Rosehill are great. He's 1 for 1 at the track and distance, and I think he'll just about win this race.
Yeah, this is the best sort of placement of him all the way through this campaign, isn't it? It looks like a beautiful race for him, as you just mentioned. Looks-wise, he has looked great from his first run in. Obviously, we didn't see him last start when he raced down in Melbourne, but he looks as though he's fronting up today in nice condition. He's a lovely old horse and he presents really well.
Best of Days, number 2, Hugh Bowman is riding for James Cummings.
Yeah, well, scratched last week for this when it rained, so they're waiting for a dry track and they get one with him here. He has to be considered in a race like this. He's been running at the group level all the way through, and this is a suitable race for him from an inside draw. Sits there, minds his own business and looks to pounce late.
Yeah, you couldn't knock him on his appearance. He looks as though he's turned out in great condition, very comparable to how he has been in the past at this stage in his preparation, and he looks a happy horse, healthy horse, and that's all you need.
Number 3 is Archidemus, Josh Parr for Team Hawks.
He's had a month since excuses last start in a Group 1 Mems. He's great third up record, this horse, so he could well be ready to go at his distance range now. The map looks good. Track's playing right for him, and he has attracted good supported odds.
Yep, he looks in great order, really switched on. I haven't seen him for quite some time, but he looks to me as though he's spot on for today, and I wouldn't be knocking him. I'd be leaving him there with a place chance for sure.
Theo Marks winner Chat, Brock Ryan on for John Thompson.
He was big odds winning the Theo Marks, but he was good. John's got him holding really good condition, and I couldn't say no.
That's always how he presents. John does a great job with him, just keeping him really healthy and looking fantastic. He always possesses a great coat, and he always seems to look in tip-top order. So this is no different. I love the fact that he's in great form, and I would suggest that he can run right up to expectations again today.
Reloaded, Jason Collardon for Chris Waller.
Well, he's a teasing type, returning to Sydney here. He's ready for a peak performance, but I'm not going down that road with him again. I've been there before.
Yeah, looks well, presents well. It's just whether you like him off of his recent form.
Number 6 is Yonkers, Glenn Schofield, Chris Waller.
Yeah, probably a start-off race for him, 98 days, 2 trials, with something further in mind in his next couple of runs.
Yeah, he looks present well. I think that he's got a bit of improvement still to come, but he should run well fresh with improvement out of today's effort.
Okay, the only difference in colours there with Imaging and Yonkers, you notice there that Yonkers has got the green sash, whereas Imaging carries the first set of the green shamrock, but they've both got the black and white check caps. They'll be hard to pick up in the run. All Saints Eve, Rachel King, John O'Shea.
She's really lifted second up in the past, so I can't completely rule her out, and she's $18 into $13, which is a good sign.
Yeah, but I thought she presented well early on in her first up run, and I thought she probably didn't run up to expectations, but she parades nicely, she presents well, and she should run up to what we think of her, or what we thought she could do first up.
Discharge, John Van Overmeer for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Has won at this track and distance in the past, might give a bit of cheek up front with his lightweight.
Yep, looks well, presents well. Again, it's just whether you like off recent form.
Soldier of Love, Karen McAvoy, Björn Baker.
Yeah, he's a tough bugger. He's come back really well, although this is his stiffest test to date.
Yeah, looks fantastic though. You could not leave him out on looks. He looks in great shape, and he could run really well today.
And Love Tap, number 10, Tim Clark for Richard and Michael Freedman.
Well, he went like a rocket winning that 78 at Kembla there, when the blinkers went back on. Look, he's way up in class. He dropped 6 kilos. And if he reproduces, which is a good chance he will, just rolling forward here, he'll be hard to beat. I just thought he was under the odds, but even though he's easy in the market, I think he's getting out to a mark where he probably should have been to start with.
Yeah, he looks very healthy, and he seems as though he's quite fresh, and he's come out of that last up performance really well. He was on his toes as he went out, and he's going down to the start now. Well, and he's in a nice collected canter, and he seems a happy horse.
Okay, we're going to have a chat to Richard Freedman here about runners coming up. They've got Love Tap, Forbidden Love, Tiger of Malay and Notion still to come on this card. How's the big grey, Richard? This is obviously a lot tougher than a benchmark 78.
Sure is. I mean, you're right. He's probably getting out to a price that he probably should always have been. But he's in great nick. I think he's going to go every bit as well as he did the other day, and maybe even a little better. I think he may have improved a little bit, so that'll put him in there.
Forbidden Love, we know on her day she's as good as any filly or mare.
Yeah, and she'll probably race a little closer to them here today, smaller field, better draw, that sort of thing. And, the track seems to be nice and fair, and she'll get her chance today. I think she run well. Michael says she's been working very well.
Animo is hogging all the headlines in the Golden Rose, so Tiger of Malay has just slipped in there under the radar.
I think everything's under the radar when Animo's in the field at the moment, because he's a really nice horse. Look, once again, Michael said Tiger of Malay's work's been fantastic, so he's going to run well. He's a gritty, tough horse. His last 2 runs have both been gritty and tough, and he's tried to get to the line. He's probably at his right distance, so he's not out of it.
What have you got left? Notions, then?
Yeah, Notions. She's a filly on the rise. She's way up in class here. It's a big test for her, but I think she'll run the 1,800 metres. I'm pretty sure there'll be quite a few in that probably won't. And, I think she'll run a good race. It's just a test of her class and where she's at the moment.
Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Richard and Michael Freedman with runners here today. Good chances all. And they're going to the gates here for our Shannon Stakes. And Lizzie's Pick of the Yard is brought to you by Arrowfield Super Sire Schnitzel, 4-time champion, all-time legend.
Chat is the on-top selection. He's just holding beautiful condition, really healthy, lovely shiny coat. He looks to me as though he's going from strength to strength, and this is a stiff test for him, but he can certainly live up to expectations on looks. Of the others, Love Tap looks as though he's ready to go. He's all fired up, and he was heading round to the start, and he chilled out once he got out there, but he looks in beautiful shape, and he's obviously made a big difference popping the blinkers on last start when he won at Kembla Grange. And of course, Old Imaging, he looks as though he found the right race, and he's turning up in the right condition to win it.
Yeah, I'm with him, Imaging 1, 3, 10 and 2. I think it's a beautiful race for him. You got these horses, roll forward horses, Archidemus, Discharge, Told You Love, Love Tap, and then he just camps himself right behind them on the rail. And I think if they open up, he's just that little bit of class he's got. I know he hasn't won in a long time, but I really feel this is his race. I think Archidemus bears respect here with that really nice third up form. No disrespect for Love Tap, because he was brilliant winning last time, and with that lightweight he's going to set him a merry chase again. And Best of Days, just that little bit of a quality on him as well, will stand him in good stead here. On 1, 3, 10 and 2, he looks pretty well fancied here, this favourite, Glen Imaging.
Oh, certainly so, Ronnie. You still could have had $4 at this morning, if not $4.20. It's now the $2.70 favourite, and dominant favourite here over Love Tap, who was the favourite this morning at $3.10. It's out now to its best of $4.40. They're the NOP prices too, $2.70, $4.40. 2 other runners in single figures. Discharged has only moved between $8 and $9 all day. Splits them at the moment at $8.50. Best of Days, well, he's only moved between $9.50 and $10 today. He's now a $9.50 chance as well, as Discharge gets out to $9.50 now. So $2.70 Imaging, $4.40 Love Tap, $9.50 a pair. Best of Days and Discharged. Archidemus, as much as 15, as short as 10, is now 12. All Saints Eve, as much as 19, is now 14. Similar for Chat, as much as 19 is now 14, after it was as short as $10 earlier. Reloaded, a best of 21 is now 17, and the 2 out of the market there. Soldier of Love out to 21, that's its best from 14, and Yonkers resuming as a $51 pop. $2.80 now, the favourite Imaging, once again shorter on the totes. That's the people taking advantage of the tab promotion. We're paying back to 5th today. So if you've got a tab account and you're playing there on the parimutuel, you'll get the bonus bet situation up to $50 if your horse doesn't win but runs 2nd, 3rd, 4th or 5th. And we're only dealing with a field of 8 here, Greg, and we're bad punters. But you think, a field of 10. We're bad punters, but you think we'd be able to find one that can run top 5.
Oh, thank heavens for bonus bets, that's all I can say. As they prepare to move in here, well, Imaging hasn't won for 18 months, and the last time he won the autumn equivalent of this race. This is the Shannon, a week out from the Epsom. Well, the last time he won the Ajax just before the Doncaster. Group 2, 1500 at Rose Hill, 559 days ago. I was going to say he hasn't won since before we hadn't even heard of COVID, but that's not true. It was around. 559 days officially since Imaging was successful. He's got McDonald on board for Chris Waller, and we've only got a couple out for this 6th race.
He'd be hungry, McDonald, by about race 6. He'd be, feeling it, waiting for a winner. We know how hungry he is. Let's see how hungry he is here.
Here's Darren.
That's the last to go in for the Ned Whiskey. Shannon Stakes here over 1,500 metres. The light is on, and we're ready to run. Racing now, and Archidemus left okay. Discharge is being sealed up out of the gates. Archidemus, the outsider, Discharge is really going to try and hold him out. Love Tap is really taken up the bridle now, going to a clear 3rd. Then Soldier of Love, Best of Days and Imaging poking through on the rails. 2 lengths further back to Yonkers, then Reloaded from All Saints Eva, and Chatter's going to park last of all. Discharge was able to hold out Archidemus for the front. Love Tap goes to a clear 3rd, then Soldier of Love on the improve. Further back to Best of Days, just shading Imaging. 2 further back to Yonkers, Reloaded, Chat, and All Saints Eve. 8 off them's last of all. So it's Discharge leading down the side section of the course now. 800 metres to run by a length on Archidemus. Then came Love Tap on the inside of Soldier of Love. A length and a half to the favourite Imaging on the inside of Best of Days. Then Reloaded inside Yonkers, and the last 2, All Saints Eve and Chat, who's still 8 lengths off the front runner. So it's Discharged in front for Jean Van Overmeer, quickening the tempo now, turning for home by 2 lengths and Archidemus. Love Tap is working into the clear, so it's Discharge swinging in front. Love Tap goes to 2nd, then came Archidemus, and further back to Imaging is running on stoutly. It's Discharged in front by a half to Love Tap. Imaging can't get there. Reloaded's ducking and weaving behind them. Discharge still in front. Yonkers is powering home at the end. Discharge in front from Yonkers. Reloaded late. They hit the line. Yonkers got up right on the line there, I'd say, to nail Discharge and the fast finishing Reloaded. Then Love Tap from Chat. Further back to Imaging, who battled from Archidemus, All Saints Eve, Best of Days and Soldier of Love.
Glenn Schofield on board. Yonkers. What a comeback from Glenn Schofield. And what a win by Yonkers. But what about the price? $45.10 and $6.40. Will there be anyone cheering Glenn Schofield apart from his family? 9 months out of the saddle. He hadn't ridden from Boxing Day, December 26, until he returned on the 22nd of September this week. And back in the winner's stall today. Well done. What a comeback. That low angle shows that there's not much in it, but the wide angle showed there was a greater margin. He's won by at least a head. Yonkers beats Discharge and Reloaded.
The bolter of the field, the stayer. And I think we didn't expect that. I think we all expected he might need a run, but the bookies have got the lot there. Discharged, did all the donkey work, was very good. He got all the rails runs there and battled on pretty good there. Reloaded, he's going well. And I thought the disappointment of the race was Imaging, along with probably Love Tap. They both had every opportunity to do something there. So that's a big effort. That's the first time I've seen one, and that's exactly what Yonkers did.
So numbers are 6, 8, 5 and 10. 6, 8, 5 and 10. The time is 1... Let me double check this. 1:28:21, and they've run home in 34.4. Yonkers, an upset winner of the Shannon. When we come back, the Keeneland Golden Pendant as we draw closer to the Golden Rose. Could you have predicted Yonkers being successful today first up?
Not today, no. But obviously he's a talented horse and he's never really disappointed us. He's done a great job from Guy Mulcaster buying him in America, and he had his first few runs in Ireland and he's made his way to Australia, and he's certainly earning a name for himself. And well done to Glenn Schofield. He's been a real workhorse over the past 6 weeks, and even before that with his fitness levels, but back on a horse. It's a pretty courageous performance, and well done to him. He deserves it.
Well done.
Thank you.
And Glenn, well, no one could predict that first up from this boy, but it must be a great feeling to be back in the winner's stall.
Yeah, it is, Lizzie. Thanks very much. Obviously, got a lot of people to thank, but firstly, to Chris and his team who've allowed me to come out and ride track work for quite some time before I've made my return. And give me a horse like this to ride. Obviously, he's a push-button horse to ride. But halfway around the corner, I was on the back of Huey and thinking, come on, Huey, get going. I've got a lot of horse underneath me here, so when Huey sort of made his move, I got off his back and he just gave me a nice, long, resolute run towards the line, and I suppose his prep's probably going to get better from this point on as he steps out over more ground. So thanks to everyone concerned and who's helped me along the way to get back to where I am.
You seem as though you're pretty fit. You're not blowing at all there under that mask, so you're feeling really good this time around.
Yeah, look, I'm pain free for a long time. First time in a long time. So I suppose that does sort of help getting back on the horses and being able to do your best.
And having a bit of luck to start off as well.
Well, that's like I rode one through the week, and now to ride one on a Saturday is even better. So I've got a couple of rides left, so you never know.
Well done.
Thank you.
Group 2 for the fillies and mares. Keeneland sponsor the Golden Pendant over 1,400 metres, and this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in-store or online right now. Let's start with Forbidden Love, a Group 1 winner already of the Surround Stakes. Nasrullah rides for Richard and Michael Freedman.
Yeah, they've taken the tongue tie off her today. She's we know she's a good mare, and she sets up beautifully third up now. Should be right around the mark because she did win the Surround third up last prep.
She looks in beautiful shape, doesn't she? She's in great condition today. Of her parades that I've seen her at, this is definitely her best.
Now, number 2, Trivier. James McDonald rides for Jamie Richards. Now, repeating what the stewards have reported, that the mare had been reported by the stables to be in season after arriving on course, but she has been examined by the club's veterinary officer and deemed suitable to race. Now, Lizzie, what can we tell punters about that situation?
Well, it can be detrimental to their performance if they are in season in a bad way. Sometimes you wouldn't even notice that they're in season, and to me she looks as though she's pretty quiet and chilled out and doesn't seem to be too concerned about anything at all. So it's just a case of how it sort of reacts with her, whether she's in a bad mood or whether she's in a good mood. And she looks to me as though she's pretty settled and relaxed and happy. I do have to say, I didn't see her first up, so I can't tell you if this is normal for her, but you can obviously tell when a horse is in season and she's not happy, and that's not her case at all.
No, she's not. Hasn't got a care in the world there, has she? She's a quality New Zealand mare. We know how well she did at winning first up. Tricky draw, and don't know what McDonald's going to do with her, but 1,400 she hasn't won at, only from one try. So a real try. She pins those ears back. She has a go, and I wouldn't be too worried about that announcement.
All right, can these colours score a back-to-back win? The colours worn by Madame Rouge, the colours worn by the bolter in the previous Yonkers. Jason Collett, Chris Waller.
Yeah, look, she was okay without raving first up there. We know she's capable enough of lifting, but she does meet some good types here that are primed up.
Yeah, she looks as though she's in good order, though. I couldn't knock her on her appearance. She seems to be in a good frame of mind, healthy coat, walking out cleanly, lovely and fit. You can see the definition over her hindquarters and a nip up in her tummy area, and she just looks in great shape. So I could see her running very well in this race.
Nimmerley number 4, Rachel King, Matthew Smith.
Very good first up over an unsuitable distance. She's going to go forwards today. She's 1 for 1 at this track and distance and has a terrific chance.
Yes, has a fantastic chance, doesn't she? She's so underrated, this little mare. She looks in great order and she should run up to what we think of her.
For 2s, number 5, Hugh Bowman, John Thompson.
Yeah, she loves dry tracks, and both runs back are absolutely outstanding. Now, look, she's untried at 1,400. That's the gamble, but she's rock solid in the market, and we know she's just going to cuddle up there from an inside draw, and she's got an explosive sprint.
Yeah, excellent sprint on her, doesn't she? She looks in great order. She should run really well today. There's nothing really to say about her apart from the fact that she's looking very healthy.
Mar Busher, number 6, Sam Clipperton for the Snowden.
A bit similar to Fatouche. She was very good first up in the Scirocco, and she's a sharp mare, but hits 1,400 for the first time, but that's offset with a beautiful draw here, and she'll get to travel well.
Yep, exactly right. Look, she's another one who, as you just mentioned, she's very similar to Fatouche. She should get a lovely run in transit. She will be hitting the line strongly, and she's such a genuine type, and as far as looks are concerned, she looks in excellent shape. Good coat, nice and healthy, really alert, and very settled.
Ice Bath, number 9, Karen McAvoy for Brad Witter.
Oh, well, she's a very good mare. We all know that. And 2 runs back have been fantastic. We wish it was a little bit wetter for her because we know she loves it. But a dry track runs this time in a superb, and she's well in at the weights here.
Yeah, very forward as well now. She looks as though she's cherry ripe for today.
Vangelic, Tim Clark for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
I know she's only won one race, but I like her today. And I just think she owns the race from barrier 1. Tim will be aggressive, go fast enough to be left alone. She'll be fighting there at the finish, and I reckon she could nearly put another win on the board. I'd love to get a tick off from Lizzie.
Yep, you do absolutely get a tick off. She's a bonny little mare. She doesn't carry a massive amount of condition. She's always quite lean and athletic looking, but she looks as healthy as I've ever seen her in the past, and she's so consistent, and I love her racing style. You're absolutely right. She can own this race from up on the speed, and that's exactly how she maps today, with the perfect condition to back it up.
Pipali, number 12, Jason Call, the trainer, Robbie Dolan rides.
Yeah, has the talent, but I think outclassed here. Might be more a four pillars type.
Yeah, it is a tough race for her, but she's a beautiful mare, and she does really present quite well. So stranger things have happened, guys.
Okay, let's have a chat to Adrian Bott, co-trainer with Gay. Already had a winner today with On Taunt, and we've got Vangelic here, Adrian, who's just been in all the dog fights, and she rarely lets you down. It's amazing she's only won one from 13.
Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't reflect her true ability. She's been very consistent in some quality races against some quality mares, so I think we found a really nice race for her today. Fortunate that she's drawn well, and I think the 1400 metres is the ideal trip for her, and she's open to improving off her first up run.
Is in the Congo ready to make his presence felt in the Golden Rose?
Yeah, most definitely hasn't put a foot wrong this campaign. He's going from strength to strength. Drawn ideal for him. He's a tough horse, and a good strong racing pattern that'll see him be fighting out the finish once again today.
He's going to make it interesting.
Definitely. Look, he's got that high cruising speed. That's his asset. Look to utilise that today.
Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Here's Adrian Bott. Vangelic in the Congo in the two golden races. Let's find out what the pick of the yard is with Lizzie. It's brought to you by Arrowfield's Super Sire Schnitzel. Four-time champion, all-time legend.
Well, you could have any one of these mares in this race. They all look in great order, and they're all actually going very well. I'm going with Fatus. I thought that she presented nicely. She has got a terrific turn of foot. She's got a great coat on her. She looks very focused. She's a darling of a horse, and I think that she's one that can run very well in this race. Chances don't stop there. Obviously, there's on Trivier, who I thought presented well and paraded well. I have no knock on her. She didn't seem to be worried about being in season, and Nimali also looks in great shape.
Very interesting race, a good race. 10-4, 2 and 1. I'm going to stick with Vangelic. Hopefully, he's a master of judging the speed up front, Kim Clark, and I think if everything goes to plan, she's going to give you a nice little kick here and look the winner for a long way. I think Nimali's the danger. She's going to stride forward and keep her in her sights, and she's as tough as they come and loves the track and distance as well. Don't underestimate this Kiwi in Trivier. She was terrific winning at Kembla, beating Fitzhugh. Just has to stretch it out to 1400 here from his tricky draw, but she's certainly got the quality. And Forbidden Love will run well. She has the best setup with a good third up form, and I'm not leaving out her Ice Bath. She looks very well placed in her own right. 10-4, 2 and 1. What's happening with you, Glenn?
As soon as you get a steward's announcement of any drama, it's a race to get them out. Non Trivier was $2.30 out to as much as $3.10, back into $2.90 now. It's a $3 chance on the NOP. Vangelic, Ronnie's selection here, the bottom one. This got to as much as $9 from $6.50, and it's back into $5.50 now. And second pick for Toos, the pick of the yard, is bounced between $6 and $6.50 all day. is currently a $6.50 chance, and rule of thumb with a pick of the yard means they firm, and bang, here it is, straight into $6 now. Fatous, in fact, $5.50 now for Fatous, as Vangelic gets to $6. Ice Bath, double figures given about it this morning, is now $7.50. Nimalee gets out to $8 after being $6.50 this morning. Forbidden Love just out to $10 from $9. Marbusha was a firm 19 into 13 and has held its spot there at 13 for quite a while now. And Madame Rouge just out a fraction to be $23, and Papali triple figures $126. So $2.90 on Trivier, into that price now on the NOP. Favourite Fatous, the pick of the yard now, second pick at $5.50. Vangelic at $6.50, Ice Bath $7.50, and Nimalee at $8. So behind this favourite, pretty tight and compact, Greg.
Great race coming up, the Golden Pendant, which will lead us into the Golden Rose. But for the time being, this is for the fillies and mares. It's sponsored by Keeneland, the company out of Kentucky at Lexington, the racetrack, and the sales company Keeneland, beautiful in the bluegrass. They sponsor this race for the fillies and mares. On Trivier, like Glenn said, it's a scare when you hear anything coming through from the stewards, and the stables reported that she was in season when she arrived on course, but as Lizzie pointed out, nothing is phasing her. She is comfortable in the yard, and she's doing things like you'd hope she'd do, Ronnie.
Yep, there was no indication of it in the yard, so hopefully everything's okay. It affects, sometimes it doesn't affect their performance, but sometimes it can as well. So there's always that great uncertainty. The market's just keeping her very safe again lately. The NOP got up to 330. She's into 290.
What about McDonald? McDonald is yet to get on the board yet. He's riding on Trivier here, and he's got Animo coming up in the next. Yeah,
you'd think he'd like to, I know it's the same, to get their confidence up. If you were on Animo for big money, you'd like to say, let's get some confidence from a wide draw here at J Mac. Let's just see what happens.
And let's see what happens with Darren Flindell.
In Trivier, goes in, and the light's on now. We're ready for the Keeneland Golden Pendant. Racing. Forbidden Love didn't jump all that well, and in Trivier settles last, and jumping best here is Vangelic, going to lead for fun. Out by 2 lengths, Nimalee is mustering on the outside, getting up around Fatous, and Marbusha parks in fourth. Then came Forbidden Love on the outside of Madame Rouge, Papali, Ice Bath, the favourite in Trivier last. About 8 lengths off the front runner, 1,000 out, Vangelic in front, and Nimalee got the spot outside in second. They're 3 lengths clear from Fatous, racing on the outside of Marbusha. Then came Forbidden Love, just shading Madame Rouge, Papali, Ice Bath, and Trivier's last of the 800 metres. Vangelic looking to make all here in the hands of Tim Clark, by a half length on Nimalee. They're followed then by Marbusha, parked on the inside of Fatous, and the pair both creeping a little bit closer. Further back to Forbidden Love, Madame Rouge now in Trivier starts the run on the circle, getting up on the outside of Papali and Ice Bath in restricted room. Around the turn, Vangelic swings in front by 3/4 to Nimalee. Then came Fatous, Marbusha in Trivier, and Forbidden Love coming down the outside as Nimalee lays it down to Vangelic now. It's Nimalee and Vangelic stride for stride. Fatous is trying, and Trivier is slowly warming up, but Vangelic's got a great kick from Nimalee, who's trying hard. Vangelic kicking from Nimalee. Vangelic led all the way in the Golden Pendant, was able to palm off Nimalee, and on Trivier third in front of Fatous. Ice Bath late. Then came Marbusha from Madame Rouge, Forbidden Love, and Papali.
Vangelic number 10 wins race number 2. Can you believe it? She'd only won one prior to today, but she'd been round in Group 1s and Group 2s, and today was her day by winning the Group 2 Golden Pendant. Number 10, Vangelic, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott over Nimalee and on Trivier.
Yeah, that was her race, and Tim rode it perfectly. He got his 400-metre rest, and he said, I better quick it up now and take the sting out of these couple of sharp sprinters behind me, Fatous and Marbusha, and that's exactly what she did. She toughed it out, a well-judged ride. Nimalee did her thing. She was very brave. I thought she was outstanding in Trivier. To do it all on her own from back near last there when it probably wasn't set up for her, and likewise with Ice Bath. They've both still got a peak performance left in them, but that was her race. It looked like it was going to unfold for her on paper, and that's exactly what it did, and she got a good odds there late after getting in earlier.
Well, you were confident, Ronnie, that was her race, tipping her on top over Nimmerley and on Trivier. 10, 4, 2 and 9. Trifecta in the right order for Dufficy followers. 122.58, 33.4. 33.4 the last 600 metres. No one in the world on Trivier was ever going to catch those other two. So great merit in that performance. A neck by a long neck and a winner coming back to scale. But Adrian Bott certainly thought pre-race that was a lovely race for Vangelic, and you got it right, Adrian. Well done.
Yeah, very, very glad that the connections have been so patient with her. Had such a consistent filly without winning. She is thoroughly deserving of that. So glad to see her.
Set up beautifully, ridden beautifully by Tim Clark.
Yeah, wanted to take advantage of that inside draw. She's got that good tactical speed, as we saw today. She's had to be aggressive early and allowed her to just get into a nice rhythm. From there, it was pretty comfortable, and she looked happy, and always knew she was going to give a good kick from the 600. It'd be hard to run down from that position.
Big Group 2 for her. Do you have what's next in mind? Would you like to go to the invitation?
Would love an invitation. That was the plan to come here today. We thought this would be the nice race, second up, where she could improve and try and win, and we thought today was crucial in getting that invitation. We thought, her record, even though it's been consistent, we needed a win like that today to state our case, and hopefully she's done that for us.
Well, she'd be very hard to deny now.
Certainly believe so. Thank you very much.
Well done. Good on you. Adrian Bott, the co-trainer with Gay of Angelic, and the invitation on the 23rd of October at Royal Randwick. She'll firm up, and I don't think, Lizzie, that the top three, Vangelic, Nimmerley and Trivier, have done their chances of getting a spot in that invitation any harm.
No, not at all. And I suppose when you're looking at a horse like Vangelic, she's had so much, even though her win record isn't as good on paper, she's had so much bad luck in her races. She's been stuck in behind them in high pressure Group 1 mares races, and today looked a perfect setup for her, as Ronnie mentioned. Up on speed, making her own luck on a track where you can control the race. It's very hard to get past, and the right man for the job, Tim Clark, was aboard her today, so they've definitely not done any detriment to their chances, and she looks as though she's in good form this preparation. Once again, she's back in great order, Tim. She's a mare that I was saying hasn't had a great deal of luck in a lot of races, but today you took bad luck out of the equation, and she was really good.
Yeah, her record probably should read a little bit better than the one win. Whether it's been bad luck in running or even wet tracks, which she's probably better on top of the ground, but got a real good setup here today. Dry track, was able to control and get things her own way, and she always improves with the run under her belt as well. So she was always going to come here and be hard to beat.
It's always interesting to see these mares coming back for their next spurt after a good preparation like she's had previously. She looks as though she's probably just having more luck go her way this time around.
Yeah, that's right. She's not a big strong mare, but she's got plenty of fight, and she showed plenty of heart there when she was challenged at the furlong. So I was really proud of her, and look, there's some nice races obviously coming up for her, and I'm sure Gay and Adrian will be looking forward to getting into them.
Is that how you're going to ride in the Congo in the next?
Might even go a bit quicker.
Well done.
He might have to. 10, 4, 2 and 9. The big one, the Golden Rose, up next. Stay with us on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
athletic looking horse. He's not sort of a big brute of a thing, is he? He's definitely not sort of developed too much. I sometimes don't like it when they get too strong and physically imposing, but he looks as though he's really tuned up. He's used to be a little bit flighty and colty in the yard, and he seems to be showing no signs of that type of behaviour. So he's here to run very, very well.
Here's the visitor, Artorius, number 2, Jason Collard on board for Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Yeah, he'll probably have to go right back to get in here from that wide draw. He's not a on-pace horse anyway. He's had a 1,400 metre lead up under his belt, which will stand him in good stead, and I just can't get that golden slipper run out of my head. We'll learn more about him today, but he's a very talented run-on sprinter.
Yeah, very, very talented, isn't he? He's always been a gorgeous type, and he's turned out beautifully today. His coat's really forward in condition. He seems as though he's quite focused and settled as he walks around the yard, and I could not see him running badly at all.
Number 3, Captivant, Sam Clipperton for Peter and Paul Snowden.
Look, I don't know if he can beat Animo, but if he looms up, he'll get a cheer from me, because I think I'm on him at 34. I think it's a beautiful price. The timing looks beautiful. He does know work from barrier 1. He's the one that's been improving all the way through, and maybe he's going to peak up for the mile next time, but I think he's ready today, and you'll see a ripper run from this horse at huge odds.
Yep, in perfect condition, isn't he? He's just been absolutely primed to perfection. Third up into the campaign. That coat is silky and smooth. He's a lot more settled and relaxed in the yard from when I saw him earlier on, and I expect him again to run well. He's just put up a bit of a kick there. He's a lot fresher this time around. That would be my only sort of negative about him, but he's a beautiful type.
Hillel, number 4, Josh Parr on for Hawks Racing.
Look, I think the blinkers did switch him on there at Flemington last time, and just maybe even a little too much. That's why the Hawks boys are fiddling around again with the blinkers off and the visors on, so that might work for him. Although he's hard to map from this draw.
Yeah, he is, and he's a little bit switched on today. There's no denying type-wise he's one of the better types in this field. I would just think that you have to be having a faultless preparation, and I think he's just returned to a bit of form last time around, and happy to see how he performs afterwards.
Now number 5, In the Congo, Tim Clark for Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott.
Yeah, what you see is what you get. Just a good, tough, on-pace horse, gives his all. Similar to that last winner, really, and he's going to look the winner for a long, long way here.
He certainly is, isn't he? And you can't knock him on face value. He's just a little workman type of horse. He doesn't he's not overly big or strong, but he's just got that really great asset of having a lovely on-pace racing style, and he gets into the right spot today, and he will show them a clean pair of heels for a long way.
The 4th of them carrying the China Horse Club colours is Tiger of Malay, number 6, Glenn Boss for Richard and Michael Friedman.
Yeah, he stuck it out really well in the Dulcify. Very fit horse with a 1,500 metre run under his belt. Find a good spot here and he'll run another honest race.
Yes, exactly right. Look, he's another one who's an honest type. He presents perfectly. There's no negatives about his parade at all.
Number 7, Remark. Hugh Bowman riding for Team Hawks.
Yeah, they're just trying to straighten him up a little bit with this winker on the offside today. There's no doubt he's got the talent to win this, and he's starting to look very big odds considering he did run favourite against Enemo in the lead-up, the run to the Rose. I can't say no.
Yeah, nor can I. Type-wise, he's just an absolute standout, isn't he? And hopefully this one-sided winker is going to help him just sort of straighten up a little bit and just become a little bit more professional, because I think that's all it is. Ability wise, I think there's not much between them, but I just think he just doesn't quite have the race sense that Animo has. So looks wise, he's right up there with the rest of the field, and hopefully he can perform accordingly.
Giannis, number 8, Karen McAvoy riding for Chris Waller.
Yeah, I like this horse. I just think he might win further now, that's all.
Yep, another one who presents well. He's up against it with these types of contenders, but he's going to definitely progress nicely through this race.
Number 9, Royal Zell, Rachel King for Gary Portelli.
Yeah, look, he's been chipping away well, but I would have preferred a wet track at this level.
Yeah, again, another one who presents well and is primed up for this race. It's just whether he's up to a couple of these sharp types.
Coast Watch, number 10, Nash Rawilla, Chris Waller.
He kept fresh since winning the Ming Dynasty at this distance. Look, he's held in high regard. I can't get out of my head where the rap that Chris gave him after that race. So you can't undersell Chris's horse, especially from an inside draw.
No, you can't, and I think he looks in great shape as well, so I'd have to leave him there with a place chance based on what I'm seeing of him today.
Moridan, number 11, Jean Van Overmeer for Anthony Cummings.
Looks a talented horse, but just out of midweek maiden grade, so later on for him, I really like the pedigree. These Morrises, they're training on really well.
Yeah, nice type. First time I've had a look at him, but he presents really nicely and he doesn't look out of place in this field.
And now to the fillies. Number 12, Jamea, Brock Ryan for Robert and Luke Price.
Yeah, look, it's funny looking at these little pipsqueaks down the bottom here, but they're surely talented. She's a terrific little filly. Jamea has a shot at the big boys here, and good on them for having a go, but it'll be interesting to see how she measured up.
Yeah, it will. She's got a terrific turn of foot at the end of her race, doesn't she? And there's not a great deal of her. She's a little tiny dot of a thing, but she is obviously one that has got plenty of ability. But this is the best parade I've seen from her.
And the other filly is the Queenslander. They paid the late entry to get into the race. Start Tontes, number 13, Regan Bayliss for Robert Heathcote.
Yeah, probably not much bigger, about the same size I would have thought as Jamea. Look, she is the late entry. She's shooting for 4 wins. She has a go. And although I'd prefer a few others, she adds a little bit of interest.
She does, yeah. Look, she presents nicely. I do prefer a few others, but she's turned out in her best possible condition.
Okay, the most talked about Golden Rose. They are on their way to the gates, and Animo is the short-priced favourite. The winner of the Group 1 Sires Produce after running second here at Rose Hill in the Golden Slipper, and a brilliant first-up win in the run to the Rose. It's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield Super Sire Schnitzel, the 4-time champion and all-time legend.
Look, you can't really go past Animo the way that he presented today. Looks to me, he probably wasn't an absolute standout in the yard, but the way that he cantered down to the start and just curled himself up in that lovely, beautiful rhythm, he just looked to me as though he's definitely got to go on top from the yard. If you're looking for something with a bit of value, I thought that Coast Watch was the second horse I would put into contention. I think that he just looks in great shape. He's one that seems to be holding really good condition, and he's really bright and well in the yard today. And I like Artorias as well. I thought he presented in great shape. You've got to time your run to perfection with him, and he's going to need plenty of luck go his way, but he couldn't have looked any better.
Yeah, I'm marking them 1, 3, 7 and 2. I find it impossible to go past him as well. A few little breaks have got to go his way here, but look how alert he is, and he's proud. He pricks those ears. He looks in great order. I reckon Captive On will run a race here from Barrier 1, just minding his own business, poking through there late into a place. 7, Remark. I just feel that, just considering the price he started last time, and he wasn't bad behind Animo last time, so he's still work in progress and has to execute it well, but if he does, he's a threat. And best of the rest is Artorias. Well, he needs a miracle from where he's going to settle, but he's highly talented. The other one that goes in is In the Congo because of the run he gets. But I think he'll win. 1, 3, 7 and 2. Glenn?
Yeah, I thought you might have got black figures about him, Ronnie, but I suppose the totes that are so short is holding him there. Look at those totes, 180, 170, 170. 195's been the best him all day. We're talking about Animo, of course. He's now $1.90. On the NOP, he's 185, and there's not much 190 left, I can tell you that now. So 190, your favourite Animo here, and I thought the multis would have been a lot worse than what they are as well. But he's there as favourite. Two other runners in single figures. You've got In the Congo at $7 off a peak of 11 today. Remark. Well, he's moved anywhere between $8.50 and $9.50 all day. Currently a $9 chance. Artorius has moved between 9 and 11 all day. Currently back to being $10. Tiger of Malay as much as 23 is now 18. Jamea. Well, she's moved between 16 and 21 all day, currently 21. Captivant, 34 into 26 today. Coast Watch the other way, 23, 26, 23, 26. Star Tonte's got from 19 to as much as 31 is 26. Giannis, 23 out to 31 where it is now. Halal's at 51, Royals L 71 and Moradin is 100 to 1 chance. Only two runners in single figures now. The favourite Animo at 190. In the Congo out of turn to be 750 and then $10 the next two, Artorius and Remark. We're still a minute away here from the Golden Rose. And good luck to everyone playing. Still got that first four, projected pool of $500,000. If you want to play, the New South Wales customers, you've got time if you bet now and bet quick, Greg.
Okay, they're at the start and about to move in. 1,400 metres the journey here for the Golden Rose. In the last decade or so, the Run to the Rose has been the race. Not just the winners, but horses who have run in the Run to the Rose as the big lead-up. Most recently, the Autumn Sun and Trapeze Artist went via a different path. Animo, the winner of the Run to the Rose, who was just brilliant resuming the other day, and everyone fell in love with Animo. Well, Ronnie was in love with him from the first step, but everyone, if you weren't a fan, jumped on board after his dynamic win in the Size Produce when he bolted in by officially 2.8 lengths. It looked like 6, eased down. Then he came back at Kembla and he did what he had to do. He beat a very brave Into the Congo. And Into the Congo appears today, Ronnie, as a very, very interesting runner.
Yeah, he is, because he's going to have a rails in run and probably no one will be game to take him on. So he'll do his thing, Tim Clark. He'll quicken at the right time so he does will go fast enough to be left alone. So if he's good enough to run 1,400... he's certainly a threat here, and it's not going to be. It hasn't been easy for the back markers coming wide today. So Animo has to just find a bit of magic. Glenn said he was surprised there wasn't so many all ups or doubles going into him. I think it might be just the J Mac doubles that have all crashed and burned early. That's probably why they've got the all up money.
The China Horse Club colours: Artorius in the red cap, Captivant in the white cap. So there's Artorius moving in. Yellow cap for In the Congo, and a black cap worn by Tiger of Malay. That's In the Congo there. We'll get plenty of a long look at that yellow cap of In the Congo in the early stages of this race. Fillies coming up. Star Tonte's in there for the Queenslanders. And here's Darren Flendell for our big one of the day. This is the 4X Golden Rose Group 1.
Racing with the visors first time. Ran with the blinkers and was keen in Melbourne last time out, so blinkers off, visor on. As In the Congo moves in. And Halal is the last for the 4X Golden Rose over 1,400 metres, and they're locked and loaded. The loader's on. Ready to run for the Group 1 for the 3-year-olds. Racing now, and In the Congo began brilliantly. Clark wants the front, and Bowman's got Remark right out of the gates underneath. In the Congo just in front from Remark, followed by Coast Watch, and Moradin's pushing forward. A couple further back to Tiger Malay in advance of Captivant. And Animo's up running midfield with plenty of breathing space in front and behind. 2 lengths arrears then is Jamea, followed by Giannis. Halal's out deep, followed by Star Tonte's. Then came Artorius and Royal Zella, about 16 lengths off the leaders last of all. So it's In the Congo in front. Remark is doing the stalking at the 800 metres. 3 lengths lengths away to Moradin, then Coast Watch. 2 lengths further back to Tiger Malay, then Captivant, the white cap. 3/4 the outside of the favourite Animo. A gap back then to Jamea from Giannis, allows out deep from Artorias. Star Tontes and Royal Zell is last in the Congo. Racing at a controlled speed, turns in front from Remark, then Coast Watch. Now Animo still about 6 off the leaders. Moradin went via the Cape and in the Congo has plenty in the tank at the 300. In the Congo, beat off Remark. Coast Watch goes to second, then Tiger Malay. Animo, he's 4 off the lead, winding up. It's in the Congo in front from Coast Watch. Animo, is he running out of ground? In the Congo in front. Animo trying to go toe for toe. In the Congo kicks, and in the Congo won the Golden Rose from Animo. Coast Watch in third, followed by Artorias. Then Tiger Malay from Star Tontes. Captivant, a break back to Jamea, followed by Giannis, then Royal Zell Halal. Remark did the chasing, has finished second last, and Moradin wobbled on the turn and has been eased down.
In the Congo has given Gay Waterhouse and Adrian Bott another golden moment here at Rosehill Gardens. Gay has been the queen of the Golden Slipper. Now she's got a Golden Rose winner. She combines with Adrian, and Tim Clark has steered in the Congo to an all-the-way victory. That is Group 1 win number 18 for the jock, and together Gay and Adrian bring up their dozen. 5, 1, 10, Animo second, Coast Watch third.
Well, what can you say? He was tested early, so he didn't get the picnic we thought he'd get up front, and then for him to pick himself up after being tested early, you have to give it to him. He's run the 1400 right out there, and you make your own luck in this business. And how many times do we see these Waterhouse Bott horses just make their own luck from the front and just take bad luck out of the equation? That's not saying anything, get any bad luck. Animo got across easily. Whether you want to be out that wide on the track, I don't know, but I'd prefer not to be here. But that's just clutching at straws. Coast Watch has gone well for the longer races, and geez, he's a talent, that Artorias, but just had an impossible task there.
So the numbers are in the frame: 5, 1, 10 and 2. A race record, 4/10 off Exosphere's race record. Conditions are ideal for that today with a big tailwind, and they're ideal for horses like In the Congo. Congratulations, Adrian. It was made to measure for In the Congo today. His racing style was suited.
Yeah, I certainly took a lot of confidence in that coming here today. We weren't concerned about the 1400 metres. We knew he had that high cruising speed, and he's got the ability to be able to sustain that, and that's what we wanted to do today. Make it a real test for a few of those, take away some of their brilliance, and bring in his assets, which is, as I said, that high cruising speed, that toughness that he's got. So well deserving. He wears his heart on his sleeve every time he steps out, so he's deserving a tough victory like this.
Has he surprised you in any way that he's been able to reach this level?
Every start he stepped out, he's surprised me and continued to impress me and improve. And as I said, we've just kept raising the bar from when he stepped out in the off season in the winter, and through the early stages of the spring here. We just set him goals, and he kept delivering. He's still been putting it all together, but he's really put it together in a big way now.
Such an important race winner, Schnitzel, Group 1 winning son.
Fantastic pedigree behind him. He's a fantastic type himself. He's always had that raw, natural speed, and we've been in a fortunate position to be able to get the opportunity from Newgate Farm and Henry Field and the connections to try and make these stallion prospects, and he's well and truly stamped himself as that today.
Do you have to think about his next start right now? Had you put much thought into it before today?
Look, the back of our mind was always to keep the Coolmore open as an option. We thought this was always a good form race going down to the Coolmore, and it would be a good lead up for that. Mindful has been up for a while, and he's kicked the big goal now. We'll see how he comes through that. As I said, it's a tough race today. I expect him to bounce out well. He's that type of horse, but most importantly, want to do the right thing by him.
Well done.
Thanks very much.
Congratulations. So 12 Group 1s together for Gay and Adrian. And for Tim Clark, that is Group 1 win number 18.
Group 1 win number 18. That was very sweet, I'm sure, but you told me in the previous race you were going to go a bit faster, and you weren't wrong. You went a little bit faster, and he was brilliant to the line.
I had a conversation with Gay, obviously, on the way here, and I said to her that, so I'll roll to that first turn and then I might just try and get a breather. She said, don't you dare. She said, you keep him running, and she said, use his speed because, you know, could you win the race? So I did that, and we pulled it off.
And he's just so sort of underrated, isn't he? Every time he steps out, no one sort of thinks he's going to perform like he does, and he just keeps, as you raise the bar, he keeps jumping over it.
Yeah, exactly. And he probably looked as good today as he's looked all prep. You know, he's obviously just thriving, and you know, obviously Will, who looks after him, and all the team back at Tulloch Lodge have done a wonderful job, presented all their horses well today. So, no, it's a big thrill. I've always sort of felt that he had that sort of ability. He probably didn't execute early on in his career, but he had that little short let up, and he's come back and he's got it right every time. Although he hasn't won every time, but he's got it right every time. And I felt that he probably went even better again there today.
And on a personal level, to combine with Gay and Adrian with another Group 1, it must be really satisfying because you've got such a long history with the stable.
Yeah, there's definitely a big smile under this mask. So, no, it's, you know, I really enjoy working with both of them, and we've obviously built up a really strong partnership, and it's a real honour to be riding for the stable, and you know, obviously days like today are very special.
What do you think's left in store for this fella?
Look, he's been up a long time, but I guess there's no reason, you know, if he continues to hold that form, you know, that he can race on, whether it's up here or down in Melbourne for a Coolmore. I guess they've got a little bit of time to decide, and but wherever he goes, you know, he's shown today that he's up there with the best 3-year-olds in the land.
Well done, Tim. Enjoy this victory.
Thank you.
Just grab that nice big one for him.
Welcome back to Rosehill Gardens as we get down with 2 to go. This is another 3-year-old feature. This is the Gloaming for the 3-year-olds over the 1800. And this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all your bedding, furniture, electrical and technology, shop in store or online now. Number 1 is Subterranean, Nasrullah and Matthew Dunn.
It's the type of race he could win, considering the races he's contested. He has the ability. Look, he maps much better today from a good draw, and I'm certainly giving him another chance today.
Yeah, no negatives about his parade. You can see he's quite healthy. He looks to have trained on well, and hopefully he can bounce back into contention today.
Number 2 is Head of State, James McDonald, Chris Waller.
Look, he stuck on okay last start. The extra distance should suit him. I gets James McDonald's seal of approval, and I think he's the one that's probably had the perfect preparation for this, more so than these horses just out of midweek maidens, you know?
Yeah, he's definitely had the grounding, hasn't he? He's sort of gradually improving each and every start, and the step up in distance is going to be very much beneficial for him, and his looks would suggest that the way that he's been moving through this campaign, he's gradually improved as well.
Anna Kerr, number 3, John Van Overmeer for Jean Dubois.
Yeah, I was desperate to back him in this race. He was going to get a mile back from that wide draw now, so a lot has to go right. I'm still not leaving him out. I'm interested to see what you think of him in the yard. He's been bits and pieces in the yard. He was good last time.
Yeah, he has. Look, I think he looks good. He's just doesn't get completely focused, which you need to be at this level. But we know he's a talent, and when he puts it together, he is definitely a horse that has got plenty of that.
Allegron, number 4, Karen McAvoy, James Cummings.
I think the timing looks right for him here. He was 5 weeks between runs going into the Dulcifer, and he was far from disgraced. He strips fitter now with a quicker backup and must be included.
Yeah, exactly. Look, he's perfect in condition, and he's parading with a lot of sensible attitude as well, so he looks in good order.
Move on to number 5, Dark Rebel, Brock Ryan, on for Ed Cummings.
Still raw, but looks a nice stayer in the making, this horse. Who knows, he might turn into a derby horse, this fella.
Yeah, he's much more settled and relaxed from when I saw him first up into the campaign. He seems to be a lot more focused as well, and work has been put into him to keep him in that type of manner.
Number 6, Profondo, Robbie Dolan, Richard Litt.
Boom Colt, understandably so with his pedigree, and look, he did what he had to do at his debut. I'd just love to see him find his position on speed. He won out, one back or so, and just settle. He's been a little bit of aggressive in a couple of his trials, and his race the other day was okay. So 1800 second up, if he executes, I think he can win.
Yeah, I agree. He's a really nice type. He's still a little bit of a work in progress. You can see he can get up on his toes, and he doesn't quite, fully settle all the time. But I just speak to Richard about him after I saw him run first up on the Kensington track, and that's just his nature. He just doesn't walk anywhere. He's always up and about, and he's keeping his demeanour nice and relaxed, so that's the main thing.
All Machiavellian, number 7, Jason Collett for Greg Hickman.
He's hit the line really nicely, this horse, winning his past 2. He's worth a try at this level with him now.
Yep, full of beans, isn't he? I don't generally like to see them parade in this type of way when they're running over 1800 metres, so I'm going to just be cautious with him.
Akahata, number 8, Glenn Boss, Bjorn Baker.
He's had a few little excuses of late, and look, he's got a couple of mile runs under his belt, which helps, although this is a decent step up for him here.
It is, yeah. Look, he's one that has gradually improved each and every run, and this does look as though it's a nice setup for him. As you mentioned, he's got that really good grounding.
9 is French Emperor, Tim Clark, hasn't he had a day, and David Payne.
Yeah, he's well fancied in the market, isn't he? The blinkers are on. Bubble cheeker on the near side, crossover nose bends off, lugging bit on. He appears a nice middle distance staying type for the future. He's still got a lot to learn though. He won't want to run about the place like he did winning at Goulburn the other day, so he's got a beautiful draw. He'll run well.
Yep, he should run up to expectations. I saw him first up and I thought he ran really nicely on that occasion, and obviously we all saw what he did at Goulburn. He needs to just focus a bit more and be more tractable, but as far as looks are concerned, he's fit and here to run well. 10
is Patton, Andrew Atkins for Team Hawks.
Yeah, much better last start, but not much luck. Bit more depth here though.
There is, but he looks great, and this is a better grade for him.
Satirical Glory 11, Sam Clipperton, John Sargent.
Yeah, the muffs are on, the crossover noseband's on. He's got talent, and he's just out of a Scone maiden. Might be too soon for him, but he looks a stayer of the future.
Yeah, it does look as though he's going to progress nicely through this run. I prefer a few others at this stage, though.
Notions, number 12, Rachel King for Richard and Michael Friedman.
Now, I wonder whether this is the improver. Look, she looks the leader, which is no disadvantage here today. She was beaten by a nice type 2 starts back there at Nowra, and I just think she fits in quite nicely now and might be worth throwing in.
Yep, she does, and she's nice and fit and forward and will be up on speed making her own luck.
14 is Stray, Glyn Schofield for Anthony Cummings.
Well, she was unlucky behind one of the favourites here, Profondo, and then too far back last time. She's still a maiden. Probably just a little bit tough from this draw, though.
Yeah, it probably is. She's going to have to get a little bit far back, but she's still holding her condition. She's always been quite a sort of forward and lean and athletic type, so I expect her to run up to her looks, but she's got a bit of a task with the gate she's drawn.
And 15, Benno, Hugh Bowman, John O'Shea.
Yeah, look, he's been a protected species all week in the market after winning at Nowra. There was good raps going into that race from the stable. Obviously, they hold him in high regard, but he's easy in the market now, probably where he should be.
Yeah, he looks in great order. He's turned out really nicely, beautiful looking type, so hopefully he can run up to what they thought of him in the week.
Okay, not far for them to go once they step onto the track to this starting point of the 1,800 metres. The Gloaming Stakes. We're about 4 minutes away, and we're about to get Lizzie's pick of the yard. And it's brought to you by Arrowfield. And today, Arrowfield advertising their super sire Schnitzel. 4-time champion and all-time legend, and what a 24 hours it's been. 2 Group 1s, Wild Ruler and In the Congo.
Absolutely. What a weekend it has been for Schnitzel. I'm with Profondo on top. I think that he presented really well. Look, he's a horse that probably is going to gently improve through this preparation, but I just think the way that he presents and the way that he looks today, he's just a really classy type, and I've loved him from when I saw him at the midweeks, and I want to stick with him today, even if he should run really well, but even if he's probably just one run away from, mentally being at his absolute best, physically he's right there. So he goes on top from Head of State, who looks to have had a perfect preparation and should be racing right up to what we expect of him.
Yeah, I'm marking them 6, 3, 4 and 9. I'm with him as well, Profondo. I just think he can land in the right spot here, and if he's learnt from that experience at his debut, he's got that beautiful pedigree about him, and it's not all about pedigree, but he is a lovely horse. Arnaqueur, I would have been all over him from a wide draw, from an inside draw. I just can't let him go at $12. 4, Allegron, he's a strips fitter here with a quicker backup, and 9, French Emperor, and he's a raw talent, this horse. I didn't want to leave Subterranean and Head of State out because they've probably got the grounding for the 1,800 here. But I'll go with the improvers, 6, 3, 4 and 9, Glenn.
Yeah, well, they've had a real good fight here all week for favouritism, Head of State and Profondo. They've both been favourites at different stages today. They're now equal favourites, numbers 2 and 6 at $5 each of 2. Head of State, that's been its best price all day, whereas Profondo did get to as much as $5.50. French Emperor, who started the day as an $8 chance, has been as short as $5.50, is now a $6 pop. Subterranean, as much as $11 bet about it, is now $8. Allegron went from 8 out to 10, is now a $9 chance as Profondo's into favourite now. That's the pick of the yard factor. Profondo into outright favourite again now at $4.80. Over Head of State at 5. French Emperor at 6. Subterranean 8. Allegron 9. Notions, this is as much as $19. Got into single figures. It's back to a $10 chance now. Arnaqueur was 7. Got to as much as 12. Is now 11. And Benno has doubled its price throughout the day, 10 out to 19, and it's 31 and longer the rest here. So very, very compact at the top of the market here, and then it gets out very quickly past Arnaqueur. But Profondo, she can make him start favourite, Greg, in the pick of the yard, I know that. Just favourite here over Head of State.
Subterranean over behind the gates, and so is Head of State. Home Affairs in those colours winning earlier. And who knows? He could well be picked for the Everest very, very soon, with all but 2 slots confirmed now. We're just waiting on Coolmore and Godolphin. Godolphin are yet to make their pick. They've said all along that Trekking is their number 1 seed, and they haven't suggested that Polale or Animo are going to get that slot, so we're assuming that Trekking is the horse. And as far as Coolmore goes, well, it might be Home Affairs, who brilliantly won the Heritage earlier. They're the 2 slots that are yet to come. All other slots have been filled. The Inferno's in for James Harron. We've got Libertini in for Aquis, and we've got Wild Ruler in for Yulong. They've all been done in the last 24 hours. Let's see what happens in this race, the Gloaming. And here's Darren Flindell.
Been a huge day for Tim Clark, looking for his 4th winner now. Teaming up with David Payne on French Emperor. With the blinkers on the first time. Head of State, Profondo are the fancied runners. There's been some support at longer odds for Subterranean. Into 850 it goes forward in the yellow silks. Stray in the same colours. Glenn Schofield with the black cap. Glenn successful in our longest price winner today, Yonkers, earlier on. Now here comes the expensive colt Profondo, Japanese born, the son of Deep Impact. Profondo goes in, and Head of State in the Coolmore silks moving in. All Machiavellian, Dark Rebel and Astray are the remaining runners. The only scratching here, Akira. She pulled the right rein, going to Goulburn to win her maiden today. So Dark Rebel is the second last to move forward, with Brock Ryan in the saddle, and Astray now comes up to the outside. So the Gloaming Stakes ready, 1,800 metres ahead of them. The 3-year-olds are set to run. Anna Kerr buzzing up out wide. Attendance in there. French Emperor just half reared for a moment. Now we're ready. And the gates are back. They're off and racing in the Gloaming Stakes. Patton off the inside with Notions jump well. Profondo's handy with Subterranean, Dark Rebel, and Akahata is out wide, surging forward. They're followed off the speed then to French Emperor just being taken back. They're deep out as Anna Kerr is being sent forward in the early stages. Allegron gets onto its back. Head of State back in the field with Benno. Then Stray from All Machiavellian and Satirical Glory's last. Akahata runs to the front down the back. By length and a half to Notions, travelling pretty keenly. 2 lengths away to Profondo. He's over racing in third. On the outside of Subterranean and Anna Kerr's planted deep. 3 wide now. On the outside of French Emperor, then Patton the rails. Further back to Dark Rebel. Head of State back in the field. 1 off the fence. Benno underneath. Allegra on the outside. Then Stray from All Machiavellian and Satirical Glory last. They've got 900 metres to run. Akahata on top. By a length to Notions. Then came Profondo, who's travelling kinder now in third spot on the outside of Subterranean. Then came Anna Kerr, is covering more ground than anything else from French Emperor. Patton the rails. Further back to Dark Rebel, then Head of State. Allegron back in the field is 3 wide from Benno. Then Stray pushed along from All Machiavellian and Satirical Glory. 550 metres to run. Akahata just in front of Notions. Profondo stalking third. Then Subterranean from Anna Kerr. French Emperor, then came Dark Rebel as they straighten up. It's Akahata in front from Notions. Profondo's travelling well under Robbie Dolan. He hasn't let him go yet. And Profondo moved up now to take the lead at the 250, but Head of State's into the clear and thundering home. Profondo and Head of State, head and head, toe for toe they go. Profondo and Head of State. Head of State might be gaining the upper hand. Yes, Head of State goes on to win the Gloaming, but a great race. Head of State just beat Profondo. A gap back to Benno or Allegron for third, followed home by Patton. Then came Stray from Notion, Subterranean, Akahata, French Emperor, Anna Kerr, All Machiavellian and Dark Rebel.
Number 2, Head of State, James McDonald finally gets a winner. It's been a tough day at the office. Chris Waller, the trainer. Number 2, Head of State, a big day for those colours, the Coolmore colours. Home Affairs and Head of State. Gee, Profonda, I thought he was going to go through the rail. A real handful for Robbie Dolan. Profondo will run second. We'll wait for third, and home Head of State and Profondo, and a big gap to the rest.
Yeah, well set up by Chris, head of state. That was his race. He looks a real strong type, doesn't he? He's a really good horse, this Profondo. When the penny drops, I don't think I don't think he's had a horse come down the outside and he eyeballed him like that. So I think he had a look at head of state when he called him out the corner of his eye there, and you could make a little excuse that he threw it away. He's a horse of the future as well, Benno. Out of that Goulburn Maiden, he's run really, really well. And look, what can you say about the rest? It's all about the first two. They singled out. He cruised up Profundo, and then he wanted to just do a few little things wrong. He wants to just lay in a little bit there, and then horse head of state looms up to him, and I reckon, or maybe it was when Robbie pulled the whip through. Yeah, maybe just when Robbie just pulled the whip through back to the left hand, he may have thrown this race away, but follow him for the future. More so the autumn than the spring, I think.
Yes, so 3 interesting horses crossing the line there. Head of state, victorious by the Coolmore Stallion, the first Triple Crown winner in 37 years in American Pharaoh. It's been a great day for the colours, Chris, winning the sprint with Home Affairs and now the Gloaming with Head of State. He really put all his experience together today.
Yeah, he sure did. It's been a work in progress coming together, and yeah, a pleasure to work with these types of horses, as I said earlier in the day. But I was fortunate enough to meet American Pharaoh myself, and what an amazing horse he is to look at. And I got the chance to meet Bob Baffert at the same time, the three of us. It was something that, yeah, I'll always remember for the rest of my life. And
well, Winks was going around at the same time.
Yeah, she was. And he was in awe of Winks, and I was in awe of American Pharaoh, as was the rest of the world. And I've said to a few owners, just stick with American Pharaoh. He's the real deal in terms of they just need a bit of time. They're 3-year-olds. He can really step up as being that good mile, middle distance horse, and this horse will continue to improve as well.
And we're yet to see that over here in Australia yet. These are the first lot, aren't they?
Well, you're seeing with our 3-year-olds coming out now, things change a lot from that 2-year-old year to 3-year-old year. And there's so much money in this category, and breeders want value for money. So, yeah, there's lots of, 52 weeks of the year, Australian racing's arguably the best in the world, and we cater for all horses, and I'm just proud to have a few of these middle distance types coming through.
So 2,000 metres next and maybe a Group 1?
Yeah, that's the plan. We thought he would take good progress from today's run in 2 weeks' time, and obviously the winner was, the second horse was very good, and he'll have a bit of improvement to come, and love the way they gapped the rest.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Here's Lizzie.
Well done, James. Well, he's been a work in progress. It's a brilliant product of the stable, isn't it? How they've just, built his confidence up, and that last run showed that he was sort of on track, even though he didn't win. But good performance from him today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a remarkable trainer. He just gets them horses that you think are just going through the motions. They'll jump out of the ground. And I thought last start, if I went forward, I reckon he would have run really well. He would have won, but he's all about learning and getting him through his grades, and an ultimate goal is obviously 2 weeks. So for him to perform like that here today was a really good effort, especially the way the track's been playing.
Yeah, he looked as though he was a real racehorse today. He looked as though he had just sort of the eye of the tiger to find the line.
Absolutely, and he was very up and about before the start, so still more to come. He loved that fast ground, but huge effort against the bias.
Yeah, I know it wasn't the result you were hoping for, but Animo, just a word on him.
Just super. Deflating at the same time, but very proud of the horse. He was primed for the race. He looked fantastic. He went great, and disappointing we went down, but he will live to fight another day.
Well said.
Thanks, mate. 10th and last, and it's getting very chilly here as that wind continues from the south. This last race, Mounting Out, is brought to you by Harvey Norman. For all you need in technology, electrical, furniture and bedding, shop in-store or online right now. Number 1 is Poetic Charmer, Brock Ryan riding for Peter and Paul Snowden.
Yeah, look, he can be a little hard to catch these days, but he was pretty good last start, 1400 suits now, and just sneaking up in the weights, but he gets the claim and he's big odds.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He looks as though he's in good order. He's always one that you can pop into your multiples knowing that he's going to hit the line strongly. It's just whether it's in enough time.
Number 2 is Ellsberg back at the races today. Nash Rawiller for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio.
Yeah, look, he's had a couple of softish trials. I think he looks ready, Lizzie. He's a talented horse who's beaten by a good one before a break. Everyone went into panic when they were reading he might be ridden quietly today, but I think that was before they picked up the acceptances, so he will go forward, and he's usually very good fresh.
Yeah, he's got all the gears taken off of him, so we're be interesting to see how he steps out and performs, but he's always been a good type. He looks ready to go, and I think that you can safely say that he's trained on nicely.
Crystal Breeze number 3, Sam Clipperton, Chris Lees.
Yeah, a little bit of fiddling with the gear here as well. He's a better horse than what we saw first up, but I'd rather watch him for future reference today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the trouble with him is we haven't probably seen the best of him. I wouldn't see him first up, the best of him, and I'm happy to just see how he performs as well, but he looks good.
All Hallows Eve number 4, Hugh Bowman and John O'Shea.
Yeah, she'll appreciate a drop in class here. She did win second up last preparation.
Yeah, she presents well, looks in good order. Hopefully she can run up to expectations.
Kiku, number 5, James McDonald, Chris Waller.
Yeah, she appears fancied. 154 days since the last run. They must have taken her up to Queensland to winter because her first trial was up there. So she should be ready after those 3 trials, and she's very talented and can be slow out of the barriers, so she doesn't want that to happen today.
I'm just going to wait till she comes into the yard and does a lap before I comment on her.
Okay, yeah, she's still coming down the race, so we'll come back for Kiku with Lizzie. Academy number 6, Josh Parr and Mark Newnham.
Went far too keen at the 1500 with the blinkers on last time. Look, nice setup for him here today. He should stride to the front from barrier 1. He should relax better back at 1400 without that gear on, and I think I wanted to back him with confidence in that race, but I think he'll run boldly now.
Yep, he should run very well. He's got the right physique, and this is the best I've seen him parade all the way through this campaign.
Another one for Chris Lees is Ventura Ocean, Jason Collett.
Not suited back in distance there, second up at Kembla Grange. This is more to his liking and should run well.
Yep, presents nicely. He looks as though he's nice and strong and physically. He's got a great coat on him at this time of year. He's had a couple of runs, so I think he can run up to what his looks suggest.
Bullfinch, number 8, Glenn Schofield, Chris Waller.
Yeah, I'm very wary of him here. I really liked his first up run. He had 60 kilos. He was dragged out the back, and he really caught the eye, making up a heap of ground from a mile back. So he might be 1 run short, but I'm still going to respect him.
Yep, I respect him as well. I don't think he's too far off the mark. He looks to me as though he's fit enough and forward enough to run really well today.
Knight of Power, number 9, Glenn Boss for Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, genuine old horse who rarely runs bad. Not sold back in distance with him.
Presents well. Looks as though he's prepped up really nicely for this race. No knock on him at all.
Number 10, Grayson Harmony, Tim Clark and Chris Waller.
Yeah, Chris has got some very interesting runners in this race. These horses that have been wintering in Queensland. This filly, this mare has had 2 quiet trials, lightly raced, oozes talent. Love the way she moved in that latest trial, so I'm respecting her.
Yeah, looks very forward in condition. She hasn't got a pick of fat on her, so she's ready to go first up into the campaign.
Grand Remore, number 13, Andrew Atkins, Chris Lees.
I think she represents a bit of value. I'd like to get a tick off from the yard. Nice mare, very good first up, no weight, good draw, will improve.
Yeah, she has got the tick off, definitely. I thought she had a little bit of room to move from her first up performance, and you can see she's definitely ticked that over, and she is placed in a really good race where she can run up to expectations today.
And promotions number 14, Rachel King on for James Cummings.
Yeah, he doesn't win often, and he's hard to tip with any confidence. Look, Godolphin have stuck by him. He hasn't won for 564 days, and usually they're on the market before them, so he must be showing them something.
Yep, looks well, presents well, should hopefully run up to what we thought of him. A couple of others I do prefer, but I couldn't completely discount him.
Okay, 3 runners for Chris Lees here, all Australian bloodstock runners. Crystal Breeze, first of all, Danny Greer representing Chris. Second up today after being well beaten first up at Randwick.
Yeah, I think he'd be better suited over the 1400 metres today, and a positive ride sort of settle that a little bit closer. They should spark a better performance. He just sort of lost a bit of interest there first up over the 1200 metres.
And what about Ventura Ocean, who's had that extra run, so third up today?
Yeah, I didn't mind his run at Kembla Grange. You go through the sectionals, they sort of went modest fractions there early and really sprinted home. So if you have a good look at the race, he ran on well the last 600 metres, and most importantly, he's come through that run really well.
And Gran Ramore, very good first up in that Geist race, the same race as Crystal Breeze.
Yeah, she was very good first up. She gets in with no weight, and Andrew Atkins, down there with 52 kilos. I like her chances from a good draw. She comes to the races in good order.
Do you think the stable's leaning that way?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely for today's race, but they all come to the races in good order.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Lizzie's Pick of the Yard is brought to you by Arrowfield Super Sire Schnitzel, 4-time champion and all-time legend. And also, Lizzie, we didn't get a comment from Kiku from you either.
Yeah, I'll add her into my pick of the yard. I'm going with Ventura Ocean on top, and Kiku looked as though she was turned out really nicely. She's my second pick as well. I thought that she looked forward enough in condition. She's ready to go today, but happy to go the way of Ventura Ocean. He's just had those couple of runs under his belt, and he looks as though he's primed for a good run at the each way quote.
I'm 13, 2, 10 and 5. I'm going with a bit of value here with Gran Ramore. I think just drawn inside from a good draw. Hopefully she can race a little bit closer than she has, hopefully, and run a cheeky race. I think Ellsberg's definitely the horse to beat. He just goes crunch outside Academy here, and it's going to be very hard to beat. Just, don't know what to think about him with all that gear off him, but he looks forward enough to me. 10 Grace and Harmony could be ambushing late again, judging by how sharp she was in the trials. And Kiku, just keep an eye on her at the start, but if she can jump and find a position, she's certainly a good filly. Others I want to include a Bullfinch, and the way this track's played, I'm not saying it's any savage bias, but it's advantage being up on the speed here, and if nothing takes Academy on here, he's going to run a ripper. But you can't have them all. 13, 2, 10 and 5. Glenn, how much is winning in there? Plenty? You need a hand to count it?
Placings have been awful, Ronnie. Ellsberg's your favourite here. Well, as much as $4, as short as $2.80. It's currently a $2.90 chance at this stage. The market sort of got too hard in it. We saw the last race, there was too hard in the market. They put 4 on the third horse. Kiku here, a $4.80 chance. $4.20 got to 5, now $4.80. On the next line of betting, and the only other runner in single figures is Academy, and this is 14 into 9.50 today, looking at the on-speed. So Ellsberg and Academy, the on-speed runners. Grace and Harmony on the next line of betting has only moved between $10 and $11 all day, currently an $11 chance. Grand Ramore, 11 got to 14, is now 12. All Hallows Eve has only moved between 10 and 14 all day, currently a $13 chance. Bullfinch, just getting a little bit easy, got into as short as $7, it's out to 13, so it's doubled its price throughout the day. There was a move for promotions early doors, 26 into 15, it's back out to 19. The pick of the yard, Ventura Ocean, 14 got to 23, back to 19. Night of Power heads the rest at $23. But Ellsberg will run clear favourite here in the last. $2.90 over Kiku, back to 5. Academy now 9 and $11 and longer the rest. And after that, Gloaming, the updated market on the Spring Champion. Profondo, the $4 favourite, and he was a $6 chance prior to the Gloaming. Head of State, $4.50 second pick, and he was $11. And the only other runner in single figures is Benno, who is at $9, that updated Spring Champion market there. But we're more concerned about the last here. A minute to go to bet. Ellsberg, your favourite. Here's Greg.
Yes, Ellsberg, by Spill the Beans out of Love of Liberty, is about to walk up into the gates here with the rest of them, but just inside the 60-second mark. Kiku back from a spell. Lizzie's put it in, returning, as Duff said, wintered in Queensland, first trial up there, 2 down south. McDonald rode the Gloaming winner, entered a run of outs on this program, winning on Head of State, and he teams up with Kiku here. There's Ellsberg over behind the gates with Nasrullah. He had a wonderful day at Randwick, riding 4 last week. He got on the board with Home Affairs earlier to probably get that horse into the Everest. No announcement made yet for the Coolmore Galloper, but Coolmore yet to make their announcement as to who they're picking. And I would suggest that with Wild Ruler going to Yulong, it leaves the door open for Coolmore to pick one of theirs after a discussion with Chris Waller, which will no doubt take place when they look at him tomorrow. Here's Sam Clipperton bringing Crystal Breeze up. Let's go to Darren Flindell.
Too far. 3 to move in, Poetic Charmer, Ellsberg and Grace and Harmony. There's only 4 live tickets here in the Big 6. With the final race about to be decided, Grace and Harmony moves in. And Ellsberg now is the last to come up. Ellsberg drawn the outside, and the news came through earlier today. The intention is to go forward. Lights on and we're all set. Ready now for the last. Happy now. Gates are back, they're off, and Ellsberg jumped really well from the wide draw. Promotions was fast into stride, and under the lightweight Promotions will lead from Ellsberg, and Academy will have to be content with third spot now. Bullfinch a bit closer in the run, in advance of Crystal Breeze there in the check cap. Now further back to Kiku being restrained. Poetic Charmers going along the inside early. They're followed further back then in the white cap to Ventura Ocean, Night of Power, Grace and Harmony, and Grande Ramore settles back last of all. So it's Promotions in front, starting the run down the side at the 800 metres by 3/4 of a length to Crystal Breeze, followed then by Ellsberg. He just dropped back now to sit on the outside of Academy. Further back to Poetic Charmer from Bullfinch. All Hallows Eve is on the rails. Then came Ventura Ocean from Kiku, Night of Power, Grace and Harmony. Grande Ramore's back last of all. So it's Promotions in front from Crystal Breeze off the bridle. Ellsberg third. Academy back on the inside. Further back Poetic Charmer. Bullfinch needs a run as they go down to inside the 300, and Promotion shows a good kick. Promotions 2 in front from Academy doing the chasing. Then came Ellsberg. Promotions all out. Academy. Ellsberg is lifting now. Ellsberg moved up. Night of Power surging at the end. Ellsberg in front though. Ellsberg beat Night of Power. Photo finish for third, Academy and Promotions. Then came Kiku. Further back to All Hallows Eve, Crystal Breeze, Grace and Harmony. Bullfinch didn't run on when clear. Further back to Grande Ramore from Ventura Ocean and Poetic Charmer.
Ellsberg wins the last, number 2, and a great return to racing by Ellsberg, and all about timing with Nasruilla. He had him in the 1 out, 1 back trail. He exposed him at the right time, and he wore them down to win. Last race, Björn almost. Knight of Power, a long neck, a half length in second spot. In the frame, 2-9. Academy's going to run third. Promotions is going to run fourth, 2-9-6-14.
Yeah, he's a nice horse. I don't know whether all that gear off worked for him. It worked for him to get him to settle, and he gets the job done. But beautiful ride. Just put him in the 1-1 Nash, and the game was all over. There were some good runs in that race, especially the 2 horses that missed the start there, Grace and Harmony and Grand Remore. I'm going to keep an eye on them. But I think there's a couple of good runs here. But the winner gets the job done. He was well fancied. I think there's more to come.
So, Ellsberg winning. Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio unable to be here on track because of the protocols. I was imagining, Ronnie, that to sum this up, there are certain trainers who live in LGAs of concern who can't attend the race meetings. They're at track work. There's no problem there. And I thought some of those trainers who haven't been able to go to Randwick because we're in their area, they would be able to attend these race meetings. But no, the protocols are the same. So trainers who can't leave their LGA of concern to go to Randwick for a race meeting, they are in the same situation, even at their home track. So the only thing they can do is attend track work and for their work, but they're unable to be here today. Now, it's only hopefully a few weeks away from that being sorted out. I just spoke to Mark Van Gestel. He's very happy with the way things that have been run here today under the strictest of protocols. And we go back now to Randwick for next Saturday's Epsom card, the Spring Champion card, then on to Everest Day, October 16, which is the day we're expecting a crowd in some form to be back and all the trainers to be back able to be at the races in one big pool. So we're slowly working our way towards that. That's just in our racing game, in our racing bubble.
Yeah, let's hope it's a professional sport. It's been well run at the moment, and I suppose the only way out of this is we're going to have to live with it, and the way to live with it is with vaccination. So we're all individuals, but we're getting right on top of that, and hopefully that opens us up as far as this business getting back to normal. But they're doing a great job at the moment, the way they've handled things, the stewards here. It's tough for some, and it's hard for the jockeys. Can't ride work, can't go out, can't leave home. It's just so they're in such isolation.
And they've been put in that position to keep everyone working. Let's go and hear from Nash for the second time today with Lizzie.
Yeah, I didn't think you guys were going to stop talking then. That was another good day from you, Nash. Obviously, this horse he was first up into the campaign, taken all the gear off, but he looked as though he was really genuine today.
Yeah, he was. Look, to be honest, when I took a sit, he sort of gave me a bit of an awkward ride getting around the first turn, and basically up until we straightened, he just wanted to get on one rein, which he feels a lot like he's sort of come out of that stuff, but just ended up on the outside of him there. He did that, and I thought due to that he's done a pretty good job, because his last 150 there when I got serious on him was very impressive.
And he looks as though he's in for, off that, a good prep.
I think so for sure. He's always been a very talented horse, and full credit to the stable for getting him ready to do that here today, but he's had a nice blow, and that'll just improve him into something better later on.
Well done. Good way to finish the day.
Thank you.
Yep, favourite wins the last. So that's it from Rosehill. We'll be back tomorrow morning for Thoroughbred Weekly to wrap it all up from 9 a.m. on Sky Thoroughbred Central.
Motions was fast into stride and under them. Crystal Breeze off the bridle. Ellsberg third. Academy back as they get out.